Morning, everyone. I'd like to call to order the June 28th 2022 public hearing for the City of Tampa's Borough Latino Commission. Welcome, everyone. I'm Rich Simmons, Chair of the Commission. If you are here to present a project, you will have limited time to make your presentation, so we suggest being thorough but concise. When coming to the microphone, you will need to identify yourself and your relationship to the project. The commissioners will not ask any questions during your presentation. Your project should be presented in the following order: site plan, elevations, architectural details, wall sections. Staff presents the staff report. We will then ask for public comment. Following your presentation, the commissioners will then be asking questions in the same order as your presentation. Please state and spell your name clearly for the record. If you're here to speak for or against the project, because your time will be limited to 3 minutes. Take some time now to summarize your comments, because 3 minutes goes by pretty quickly. Following public comment, the applicant will have 5 minutes for rebuttal. The public hearing will then be closed. The only comments which will be allowed after the public hearing will be in response to any questions from the commissioners. The commissioners will then discuss the case and base their decision upon the city ordinance, chapter 27 of the city zoning code, the design guidelines, the Secretary of Interior standards, the design reviewed comments, and the testimony given here today. The BLC can only act on items that are within our specific jurisdictional responsibility. Owner agents are independently responsible to obtain any appropriate permits and or approvals. If you haven't already done so, please silence your cell phones. And we'll start with the introduction of the commissioners, starting on my left.
Liz Welch.
Good morning, I'm Jose Chalot.
Good morning, I'm Roberto Torres.
Good morning, I'm Tom Hammer.
And from city staff, we have Mr. Dennis Fernandez, Mr. Ron Vila, Aminta Owen, and from legal, Kamaria Pettis-Mackel. Okay, we have in our packet some meeting minutes from last month. Has everyone had a chance to review these? Are there any corrections, discussion, or can we have a motion?
I make a motion to approve the minutes as submitted.
A second.
Okay, all in favor of said motion? Say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries by unanimous consent. Mr. Fernandez.
Good morning, Commissioners. Dennis Fernandez, Architecture Review and Historic Preservation Manager. Welcome to today's public hearing. A couple orders of business. First, I do have the May 2022 administrative approvals to enter into the record. I'll provide those to the clerk. Secondly, I do want to welcome our newest commissioner, Roberto Torres. He is a city council appointee who is representing the resident business owner seat, and if I could just ask him just maybe to introduce himself a little bit for us.
Thank you. My name is Roberto Torres. I was born and raised in Panama City, Panama, so I'm an immigrant. I came to the best university in the world, Florida State University, who knows? And ended up moving in Tampa in 2006 and opened a business in the district in 2014. So for the last 7.5 years, I've seen the tremendous progression, and I figure if there's any other way to serve the city of Tampa, it will be in this board. So thank you.
Well, thank you for serving. We appreciate you dedicating your time to this, and look forward to working with you in the future. With that, we'll move on to the disclosure of conflicts of interest and ex parte communication, and our legal counsel will lead that discussion.
Good morning, Commissioners. Kamaria Pettis-Mackel from the City Attorney's Office. Will the Commissioners please state whether or not they've have any conflicts of interest regarding any of the items that are on the agenda? Hearing none for the record. Additionally, will the Commissioners please state whether or not they've had any ex parte communications regarding any of the items that are on the agenda? Again, hearing none for the record. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We do have some continuation that came in since yesterday, so I'll have Ron address that, please.
Good morning, Commissioners. Ron Vila, I'm staff for Historic Preservation. Under continuations, we received an email late yesterday afternoon for the case that is fourth on the agenda, which is BLC 22-156. The location is 1530 East Columbus Drive. It was coming forward for a certificate of appropriateness for site improvements. It was a garden that was attached to that request. They have asked to be pushed back for 1 month. So a continuation for that case, please.
I'll make a motion to continue BLC 22-156 for the property located at 1530 East Columbus Drive to the next scheduled meeting, which is July 26th
A second.
Can you put the time, please?
at 9 a.m.
Thank you.
And we have a second. All in favor of said continuance, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Motion carries.
And now we'll administer the swear-in. Ms. Owen will do that for us. Anyone in the audience who's going to be presenting or commenting on any of the cases on the agenda today, please stand and raise your right hand, including staff.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you will be giving today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
And with that, Mr. Chair, we're ready for our first case.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Ron Velo, staff for preservation. The first case this morning is BLC 22-111/REZ 22-37. This is for the address of 1614 North Nebraska Avenue. Currently, it's a vacant parcel. The underlying zoning is YC5, and the recommendation is for a rezoning from YC5 to YC9, which is PD. On page 3 of your staff report, it reflects your duties and powers as follows under Chapter 2795. With regards to this application for rezoning, changes to land use classification or comprehensive plan amendment, to review and recommend reasonable land use changes to the extent necessary to preserve the historic integrity and appearance. So that's your charge for this recommendation this morning. So kind of keep that in the back of your mind as the presenter moves forward. Associated with the PD on page 3, there's some waivers that are listed there. The agent has been advised to go through the waivers as part of the presentation. Once she concludes with the presentation, then staff will re-engage with the process. Before she approaches the podium, I'd like to do a brief photo presentation on the monitor to get you familiar with the property in question. It goes from Henderson, which is on the north side of the property, down Nebraska to the south, crosses Estelle, and then there's a couple parcels to the south of Estelle. The historic district goes to the alley and then fronts Nebraska. So everything to the west of the alley, that was here, and I'll show some additional photos so you get your senses. But this is what your charge today is, to look at what's within the district, which is this parcel here, as the corner of Henderson and Nebraska, cross Estelle to the south, and then this parcel here. To kind of piggyback on that first aerial that I showed, this is the historic district boundary. Everything in red is the local district. What's highlighted in green is what you're reviewing this morning. So this is the corner of Henderson and Nebraska. As you come down the south, down Nebraska to Estelle, and then it crosses Estelle. There is a portion of the presentation that will should be bring apparent to you that is outside the district. So we're looking at the face of Nebraska, Henderson, all the way down. Everything to the west outside we will not comment on this morning. This is the Sanborn map showing the fabric that was there. There was single-family housing stock. The yellow indicates residential frame construction. And you see the density that was there. Once again, you have Henderson, Nebraska, Estelle, and then a little parcel to the south of that. This line indicates the alley. Everything to the right is in the district. Everything to the west or to the left is outside the district. This is just looking at that parcel there. There's some trees on the parcel that they'll get into it in their presentation. This is Henderson and Nebraska. This is looking down Nebraska to the north. You see a little bit of the fabric that's currently there. This is looking directly across Henderson to the north. This property is in the district but will not be affected by this request this morning. Across the street, you have a non-contributing restaurant. This is an old Church's Chicken building that is in our office right now for demolition. This is a non-contributing building, so this building will not remain, but not part of this request. the Saunders Library that was reviewed by the Borough Latino Commission some years ago and approved. And that concludes the photo presentation, so I'll have the agent come forward and address the board.
Is that working?
You are seeing it? Okay, very good.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Barrio members. My name is Mark Bentley, 401 East Jackson Street, Tampa, 33602. I represent the applicant. Just briefly, we're here today to receive a recommendation to Tampa City Council. It's kind of a unique role for the Barrio, I think. Ultimately, assuming the property gets rezoned, we'll be back here again for the CA. So this is just to kind of give you kind of an overview of the project and ultimately receive a recommendation to Tampa City Council. Your staff has found the proposed rezoning consistent with your charge, which is whether or not the proposed rezoning will maintain the character and integrity of the historic district. Also, we received 11 letters in support, and hopefully those were provided to you in advance of the hearing. If not, I can get those into the record. With that being said, I'd like to introduce Jennifer Schwartz, representing the applicant. She's going to give a presentation, and then after Jennifer, Stephanie Gaines, our architect, will go over in detail the project. Okay, thank you. Oh, one other thing. What I've done here on the overhead, it's kind of a unique situation. Part of the project's within the historic district, and part of it's outside the district. So the part in the district zone YC5, and that's why we're here today. And part of the project located to the west is zone CG and RM16. So the board really doesn't have jurisdiction, I guess you could say, over that, but we're going to discuss the whole project. Thank you.
Can you guys see that? Yeah. Yeah, okay. Good morning, staff. I'm Jennifer Latimer. 1925 East 6th Avenue. I'm one of the developers on this project. Site Development is who I work for. We're a local Ybor-based development company. Ybor has been our home base for over 10 years now. We're part of the Ybor community and excited about the evolution that's been happening in recent years with Ybor. Past projects we have done in Ybor include a new construction mixed office / retail building that is currently our headquarters, renovating some old historic bungalows in the neighborhood, redeveloping workforce apartments, and also developing new construction apartments all within the Ybor district. We have developed a brand for this development that we are calling Canvas. It stands for freedom of creativity. It really pays homage to the artists in Ybor City. Our city homes, we're calling them Canvas City Homes, are influenced by eclectic neighborhoods and local artists. We want to encourage the artist community to be comfortable in the Ybor district. We believe that Ybor is such a vibrant place to live, work, play. And this logo here was inspired by the artist palette that is used to mix paint colors for their vision. These colors will be pretty vibrant throughout the community as well. We want it to be a fun development for everyone. A few of the development benefits that we believe this will bring to the neighborhood. It'll create a significant opportunity for homeownership. We have phase 1, which has been approved by the city council already. So between phase 1 and this phase, which is phase 2, there will be 79 for sale fee simple townhomes for homeowners to purchase. We believe that's important because this project is, I have that map in here. This project sits directly across the street from where Gasworks is going, and then just to the north of Encore. So there will be about 1,000 for rent units, but not many for sale. Oh, here we go, yeah. Units. Currently, the land is vacant, unimproved land. We designed the site plan around 3 grand trees that we're going to be retaining on the property. And as I was saying, phase 1, just outside of the historic district, we have 40 for-sale townhomes that have been approved already. That property also consists of an almost 100-year-old commercial building that's around 6,000 square feet that we will be renovating. That building is not historic, but we thought it was important to renovate that building and keep the character of it for the neighborhood. And that's all I've got, so I'll let Stephanie, our architect. Let me put that there for you.
No, I have another one. Sorry, that's not the way to do it. Good morning. Stephanie Gaines, Kurtz Gaines Hall Jones Architects, 1213 6th Avenue. And as mentioned, we're the architects for the project with site development. Jenny just showed this map, and the only reason I bring it back up is to review where the historic district line is. As Mark said, it kind of cuts the phase 2 project in half, is the frontage along Nebraska. In yellow is the area that we're talking about. This is phase 1. And I will, in my presentation, although we're only speaking about this phase 2 within the district, we think it's important to view it in context. You know, it is starting to, the intent here is to begin to patch the fabric that is lost in this area. A lot of parcels being developed like GTE as large kind of suburban plats, and we're hoping to start to bring back the urban context. This is a similar Sanborn map, although it must be a different year from Ron's. But again, you can see our parcel to the right inside of the red line. And generally, the fabric, you know, began with single-family homes. Some, we'll see some pictures of some larger buildings and some smaller middle-class buildings. But just like 7th Avenue, Nebraska was a pretty heavily traveled commercial street. And over time, these single-family homes, just like on 7th Avenue, began to be replaced with masonry and commercial uses with, you know, mixed use really, with shops on the ground and residences above. Here's some character shots. You've seen what, you know what it looks like now. Here's some character shots of the neighborhood. 7th Avenue used to dead end onto Nebraska, and this was what was here, this nice big sign for D.P. Davis's development on Davis Island. I think this is the oldest. I think this is horse and carriage, and here you can see the houses representing what we just looked at on the map. You know, a little bit stepped in and out of the edge of the street. But as you see, over time, these were being replaced with buildings, commercial buildings, pushed closer to the street. And also, Nebraska was a main artery from the north and to the north that connected directly to the train station at the south end, and took everybody, it was really Highway 41 that took everybody out of town. So you'll find a lot of travel lodge places along parts of Nebraska, especially as you get north of that. This is the Centro Esturiano, which is, there are two structures that are in this neighborhood that we're working with, that are social clubs, the Centro Esturiano and the Labor Temple, or we refer to German American building. And here's some buildings, most of which have been lost, that are within the blocks, the near blocks of the area. Some of those larger homes, some very large mansion-style homes, and some more working class. And a mix of commercial buildings, normally in the 2 to 3 story range. And you just notice how the patterns, the fabric was changing from a little bit of front yard to that commercial up to the street development. This is showing the Phase 2 project. It shows the Phase 1, and also, and again, we want to show that in context. We're developing most of these 2 blocks that are between K and Henderson. All of these streets, though, that run this direction do not go through. This is a dead end. Henderson loops around to the street to the north, and Estelle, which is this little, just a little loop. I'm sorry, this is Estelle. And so it's a dead end. Anyway, we're trying to pick up that pattern that was so prevalent in Ybor by bringing the buildings up close to the street along the public right-of-ways, and internalizing parking. The difference in colors here is simply a different size unit. They're slightly 2 different types of units. And as Jenny said, we have a commercial building on the south, and this Phase 1, which has already been PD approved. Just to show you quickly, that this is a 3D of Phase 1 residential. This is a location for the 1-story building that we're converting to offices, which just isn't depicted in the 3D. And then this is the density that we're bringing into that neighborhood. And rather than, we could have taken the approach of designing Phase 2, which is in the district, to meet the standards of Ybor City. But what we did in the different approach, and the rest of it, doing whatever we wanted. But what we decided to do is take the historic guidelines and incorporate those to all phases of the project in or outside of the district. This is the rendering of the office building that's in Phase 1, the existing and proposed, which we believe meets standards as well within the district. And then we'll go back to really what we're here for, Phase 1. Now this is an image taken from the submitted site plan, which is a little hard to read, and then this is that simplified layout. And all we're trying to show you is, at this stage of the game, we're looking at orientation, setbacks, massing, scale, heights. So those are the important design aspects we're dealing with now. And then, as we said, we'll come back CA for all of those details, all the rest of the details. So we're maintaining the street grids, bringing the buildings up to the edges of the streets. We're maintaining, we're recreating an alley look. Our main entries are aligned with where the alley was and is no longer. And then we're using an open green space between buildings to continue that look, although we don't need it for drive. We have all of our parking is internally accessed, none from outside, and then we've got pockets of green space that where we have some grand trees that we're saving. This is just a quick elevation of Nebraska with simple 3-story buildings, and they're ranging from 2 units wide to 5 to 6 units wide, with a small gap between. This is a full block, and then this is a little portion behind, to the south of the full block. And there's actually, these are depicting grand oaks here, and there will actually be buildings behind those trees. So the gaps won't be quite as big. This is, this will extend down here, and that will be here, and then this building extending past that elevation. So this will tighten up, and this will be a little bit longer in actuality. The other street views, just quickly. Along Henderson, which is the north perimeter road, here you're seeing the ends of buildings that face Nebraska, and then buildings that face Henderson. Estelle is the street to the south, again with, this is the north side of Estelle, so we have the ends of buildings facing Nebraska, and then units facing Estelle. These are the cuts for roadways, which will align with the alley location. And then this is the north end of the small block to the south, and those are showing ends of buildings that are facing an alley and, again, Nebraska. Okay, I think I'm going to bring the... I'm going to bring the actual submitted site plan up to discuss the zoning issues. So the main zoning concerns regarding this property and the change from YC5 to YC9 are, for instance, uses. So single-family attached is considered a primary use of YC5, which is what we're proposing, single-family attached. The height allowed within YC5 is 45 feet. Our construction is 36 feet tall. The parking requirement is 1 per residence. Every unit includes 2 car internal garages, so we're doubling the parking requirement. And the setbacks are 0. We have a variety of setbacks from 0 to 2.5 to 4.5 feet. And the reason that they're not all 0 is just because some roads are we have very tightness. So for instance, along Nebraska, which Nebraska is a special street and has a special street setback, so it involves one of the waivers I'm going to review in a minute. But even without that, to set our buildings right on the backside of the sidewalk would give us just no buffer at all. And in some places, this sidewalk is only about 4 feet deep. So we've pushed it back 2.5, 3 feet so that we can at least provide a tiny buffer and widen the sidewalk. It allows us also to put awnings, roof awnings over the entries without requiring encroachments, because there's a lot of overhead construction in that area, and it's probably not reasonable to ask for those. We are not, some of the things addressed in the staff report I wanted to mention. There are no fences on this property. It's completely open. We are not requesting any encroachments. As I just said, we are trying to stay within the property lines. There will be no signage per se. There will be addresses on buildings, but this is single-family residential, so there's not going to be elaborate signage. Mechanical equipment, all of these units, all of the residential units will have AC units on the rooftops concealed by parapets. And it's not a project that will require transformers or generators or anything like that, so there won't be any other ground-related equipment. Okay, so we have 5 waivers that we're requesting, and I'll review those using that same site plan. The first one is to reduce the North Nebraska Avenue special street setback of 54 feet to 41 feet for any building or structure on the property along Nebraska. So we see this in general, we see this as a conflict with the historic guidelines because the historic guidelines request 0 setback. Phase 1 has already received approval of this waiver through City Council. So what we want to do is, instead of bringing the setback way back about 12 more feet, is to bring these forward and reduce that special street setback to 41 feet, which is from the center of the road. We're asking to remove the second waiver is to remove 2 non-hazardous grand laurel oaks, and that applies to the entire project. Only one of those oaks is being removed from the portion within the historic district. So we're saving 3 really nice trees, and we're removing one that's located about here. Excuse me. To reduce the next one is to reduce the required 50% tree retention to 14% for a non-wooded lot over an acre. And again, this applies to the entire site. I don't have the numbers for just the YC5 area, but we are saving the primary, beautiful trees, and the small trees we are not saving for the development. Number 4 is to allow units, and there's a list of 3 categories, but I'm going to shorten that because in the historic district, it's units 1 through 4 and units 15 through 28 to not face a street right-of-way. So we're required to face a street right-of-way. The units that don't, according to the city, face a right-of-way is units 1 through 4. They're highlighted. I've highlighted the fronts that don't face the street. And so you'll see that these are the ones that they're saying do not face a street. Well, there is no street for these units to face. All the units on the perimeter do face the streets, except for the end units here and here. This is an alley, an active alley, so it is officially a right-of-way. And, these face a beautiful green area created by this grand oak that's not in the historic district. So yeah, back to where we are in the historic district. So these face the green space. Their garages are on the driveway. I think that we've done a really good job of the intent, what I would think the intent of this requirement is. These units face what would be an alley here, and all these units and these units face the exterior streets of the property. Okay, and the last one is to reduce the required 15-foot separation between buildings. There's a correction here. It should be buildings 10 and 11, which are these 2. So required separation is 15 feet, and we reduce that to 9 feet. It seems more appropriate to us, rather than having larger spaces between buildings. It seems better in Ybor to have a smaller separation there. That concludes the presentation. Unless you guys, anything I missed? Okay, so I'll leave that there and welcome your comments and questions.
Good morning, Commissioners. Ron Vila, staff with Historic Preservation. To focus on the request this morning, there are 11 letters of support in your packets. Just to go over the duties and powers and under Chapter 2795, with regards to the application for rezoning, land use change classifications, or comprehensive plan amendment, to review recommended reasonable land use changes to the extent necessary to preserve the historic integrity and appearance. This morning, for the recommendation for the PD that's in front of you, what you're looking at is the scale, the massing, the rhythm, the alignment, and the orientation of the request this morning. Focus on that. With the application that was submitted to staff, staff believes that this application is consistent with the Chapter 2795, with the plans that were reviewed on June 8th. Once again, a complete presentation was submitted this morning. Please focus on Phase 2, as that's what's within the historic district boundaries. Staff's finding, we have some bullet items there. There were some items that did not receive discussion. If she could put that into the record through the discussion phase, is the method for stormwater retention, and if there's any gates and fences to control the vehicular access with regards to this request. If this moves forward this morning, it will go in front of City Council for an ultimate up and down vote. If it receives the favorable recommendation, it will be back in front of this board for the certificate of appropriateness. We do have a representative from zoning here this morning, so if any items of concern go outside of the preservation arena, then we have zoning here to answer those questions. And with that, that concludes my part of this request. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vila. Is anyone here in the audience wishing to comment on this case for public comments? Please identify yourself. Seeing none, we'll start with some questions of the applicant, starting with Ms. Welch on my left.
Thank you for the presentation. A couple quick things. Ron indicated that about the fencing, didn't you say there's not going to be any fencing? There's not going to be
Correct, I did, yes.
Nothing at all?
That's right, it's
Okay.
wide open.
Okay. And then the other thing that he did mention, which is on here, how is stormwater being addressed?
Stormwater is all below ground in vaults, and it's hard to see, but there's a large vault here between these two buildings and smaller vaults in this driveway and in this driveway. So it's not surface, it's all below surface.
Okay. And then did you also indicate when you first started talking that these would be rental properties and not purchase?
I may have, if I did, that's a mistake. These are for sale.
Okay, I
Yeah,
may have
all for
misunderstood
sale.
you. You may have said it clearly and I misunderstood you. I think right now those are my only questions.
Hi, thank you. Thanks for the thorough presentation, and I really appreciate the thought that's gone into this very urban proposal that I think is going to be a real interesting addition to the district. We're seeing different kinds of housings being proposed, and it's refreshing to see a different kind of typology or pattern that perhaps could establish or encourage other kinds of similar developments. That said, your opening statement was that the building was going to be focused towards retaining creative professionals who might live, work, play within the environment. I'm just curious, we're not looking at floor plans at this time, but it seems like especially along Nebraska Avenue, you have a really unique situation to maybe create some kind of flexible spaces that could actually open to the street.
Yes.
You mentioned there's each unit has a 2-car garage. I'm just curious, do the windows that you're showing currently along Nebraska open to the garage, or is there actually additional flexible living space at that level?
The garages take up about half of the footprint, and that's internal. And so we have about the other half of the footprint, which is livable space, and it is designed as a suite, if you will. It's, bathroom, little kitchenette, and an entry door right there on the street. I'm trying to find the elevation.
So it could be developed as an office or
Absolutely.
workspace.
Yes, it could be almost a live-work situation.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then just addressing the last point from the staff findings where the recommendation is to really maybe reconsider. I know we would talk more about this during the certificate of appropriateness process, but it seems like the variety of fenestrations and windows and openings there and at the corners could reflect those flexible uses a little bit more than what you're indicating, especially along that Nebraska portion.
And we can discuss that. we don't, the corners, we understand how important the corners as a subject are to Ebor and to the board, and appreciate that. We just didn't feel like these corners are significant corners. You know, they're not heavily traveled roads, and you know, are kind of between other developments. So we didn't think of them as unique to do a really unique truncated or, you know, special thing. But we can certainly look at wrapping the windows around the corners or something like that.
Okay. And then the last question I had is, when I look along the, what you're calling that kind of alley, which actually includes 2 ingress points to the site, when you say it's an alley, you're really just talking that you're leaving it open as kind of like a view corridor?
Yes.
Okay, because I think it might be intriguing to explore really treating that whole surface in a more urban way that would be very typical of the district back when alleys, although they perhaps were service, just had a different kind of surface treatment, a different kind of texture to it.
Sure.
And in that regard too, it seems like building 5, where you have the entrances, you know, you could almost flip building 5 so that you have a continuous row. But those are just comments that, to me, reflect some of the staff findings into how the project could better fit within the historic context, which is why I mentioned it.
Okay.
And no other questions.
Okay.
Yeah, hi. My question was piggybacking of his. In this particular corner, you're across the street from a library, and then if you keep going on Stell, there's an elementary school, and there's also a bus stop right across the street. So I think while it might not be a significant corner now, it has the potential to be one. So I think if there was a way to create, I don't know, like a little bit of an activation on that corner, I think that would be really cool, because then now you have 3 live corners instead of just having 2 dead ones. So like it feels like east of Nebraska is alive, but then the other is not, and not necessarily that you guys want to keep it that way, but I think maybe there's an opportunity to do something on that Henderson, Nebraska corner, and then probably just mirror that on that Estelle, Nebraska one. That's just a comment.
Just to the north of Henderson is 7th Avenue, and we were seeing that as, you know, more of a prominent corner than Henderson, but.
Yeah, and I mean, the only way to connect, you know, from one to another is to have, or have each corner be significant a little bit.
If I could just continue the discussion, and again, this would be more related to a certificate of appropriateness moving forward, but I just want to indicate that I think it could be achieved just by simple placement of windows.
Yeah.
When we say significant or bringing attention to, doesn't necessarily mean an architectural.
I understand.
Ask questions, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Then you can certainly discuss the project at the appropriate time, but.
I've got a couple questions. One, I see what looks like to be maybe 5 guest parking slots.
Yes.
For how many units?
This project has 39 units.
So, to me, it doesn't seem like there's enough, but I think that's going to be an issue. The other thing I don't see is, maybe it's just because text is too small, but solid waste removal. How do they, is there a designated spot for dumpsters, or how's that being handled?
We worked with solid waste extensively, and they were adamant about having it at the end of this entry exit. So our dumpster is right here, so they can come straight in and remove the dumpster and then go this way out on Henderson. So that answers that question. And the part about the guest parking, we understand your concern. You know, we believe that people living in this area are more likely to have alternate types of transportation or use alternate types of transportation. And where the requirement is only one space per unit, we feel doubling that by providing 2 per unit will more than adequately, and plus the 5 visitor spaces will more than adequately handle the parking needs.
Any other questions? Okay.
Mr. Vila, can you just confirm what are the parking requirements for, excuse me, can you confirm what the parking requirements are?
As this project came forward, we routed it through the different departments. It was not listed as the waivers. It is accurate, as she stated, that per unit is 1 per unit, and then guest parking is required to meet City of Tampa code. The site plan that she's presented meets code. There was no waiver associated with the parking for this particular request.
Just to clarify, the portion of the project that's zoned YC5, there's only a requirement of 1 parking space per unit. So there's 26 spaces in the YC5 portion of the project, and there's no guest parking requirement. Notwithstanding that, we've provided 2 parking spaces per unit in that portion that's in the YC5, so we've doubled up on the parking.
Well, Ron has just stated that we're required to have, meet City of Tampa.
No, I understand, but the guest parking ratio comes in.
Oh, it does, yes.
into
It's
play-
certainly within
Comes
the
into play
parking.
with the portion zoned RM16 and CG.
As presented, they meet the minimum parking required in the Ybor City local district and exceeds it.
That's correct.
Okay, I'd like to ask some questions. So in your presentation, you referenced phase 1 and phase 2. Phase 1 already has gone in front of city council, and that's a PD that was approved?
Yes.
And it's outside the district?
Yes,
But when you told us that you have number of units, you said 79, then I've also heard 39. I see 39 on the site plan, so,
there's 40
Just-
in phase 1 and 39
okay.
in phase 2.
And then when you talk about the entire project, sometimes I was a little confused, because you're like, well, this is for the entire project, but really in our purview here, we're only concerned about phase 2.
Well, you're only concerned with the part of phase 2 that's within the historic district.
Okay, I'll give you that, yeah, that's fine. But we're dealing with phase 2, we're not talking about 79.
That's
units, we're
right.
talking
We
about
just wanted to
39
show it in
units.
context with the rest.
Okay. Okay, and on our project site, which I'm gonna call the project phase 2, we have 3 grand oaks that you're preserving, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and on that, we've had the parking requirements that are dictated by the YC designation as well as city code, but really, this whole thing is a PD, so you determine what your ratios are gonna be anyways, but you still give respect to the YC designation here.
yes,
Okay. Trash pickup, we saw that in the middle there, so that serves that whole phase 2, right? I assume there's a separate one for phase 1,
yes.
okay? Can you talk a little bit more about the special street setback on your waiver request for Nebraska? Where does that come into play? Is that like a DOT future expansion type of thing?
Yeah, it's in the city zoning code, and I can't remember,
It's, Mark Bentley, it's in chapter 27, the city zoning code. It's one of these setbacks that's been on the books for a long time. And I think you picked up on phase 1, we asked for a waiver from city council from 54 to 41, primarily because to save the historic structure that is actually right on the right of way. Otherwise, so we had asked for a waiver just to preserve an old building. But we've done a little study here, and I can get that into the record, on the west side of Nebraska, and predominantly most of the buildings encroach into the special street setback, probably about 12 feet.
Do you know some of the history of why that's there? Is it because of, it's a
No.
DOT future expansion, or? I don't, if
I've
you
been doing
don't,
this for a
I,
long time, and,
Right.
a lot of these things are just kind of arbitrary from my perspective.
sure.
I'm sure there's some logic to it, but it's been on the books so long. Maybe LaShawn can answer
It's,
that. or
it's
maybe
okay, I
she-
understand it's on the books and it's part of chapter 27, I'm just, didn't know if you had some history on it. And I think that's for a more suburban environment, sure, when you get up to like Sulphur Springs and going through Tampa Heights, I mean, that's probably applies more. It doesn't really apply so much in Ybor with our tighter density here.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting is that we're dealing with suburban design standards and code requirements in an urban environment. And that kind of pushes you in a corner where you have to ask for these waivers, for an urban development. So the codes don't really contemplate or address that.
I have them on one page if you want to do that.
I'll let you handle the stuff.
Okay. These are just a graphic demonstration of some of the nearby areas. The places where the special street setback is not being met. And probably because it conflicts again with the historic district. But you can see this pale area is the amount of area that extends into the requirement. So this is the 41-foot setback, and this is at 1502 North Nebraska. And again, this is the setback. They're a little further from, there's a little more than 41, but they're under it by this much. And again, this is on the same side of the street, 1700 block. And then at 1913, this is, I believe, the Centro Esturiano. And so anyway, it's common along that street for buildings not to comply with that.
Okay. Well, thank you for some of that backup. I was just trying to understand that. So while we're on waivers, again, waiver number 3 was tree reduction to 14.3%. That's strictly for phase 2. That doesn't include phase 1.
Correct. Actually, I apologize. It's phase 2, yeah.
Phase 2 only. Okay. And I see you grabbed the correction on waiver number 5 to buildings 10 and 11. So that's fine. We'll have some discussion on that. But I think, my fellow commissioners also talked about some of the corner elements, and also when I look at your site plan, which you could go ahead and bring back up, I don't see any variation of that front elevation on Nebraska. It seems to me that that's going to be a long, straight, vast of buildings set closer than the Nebraska special street setback would require. Are you planning on jogging any of those buildings? How much play do you have in that to kind of break that up? And I think where the commissioners are going is, you build this as an artist community, and I think these elements that we talk about, having corners and being able to set back these buildings, do apply and appeal to these artists that you're marketing to. So I think it would be and also a nod to the historic district to be able to do something a little bit different on those corners, as well as set back some of those buildings to give a little variation to that traffic that goes by at 45 miles an hour, or whatever it is.
Well, it just seems to us that the historic references for the area are much more, simple, flat-faced buildings with some, if there's variation, it's maybe in the parapet design. And we've considered incorporating some of that into the design, but these just seem, we're a little afraid of getting a, what's it called, the Victorian Street in San Francisco. We don't want to, this one red and this one, green. And when you start, it's difficult not to get the result of that when you start pushing the units, one in, one out. So we've decided to keep it very simple, more in keeping with the existing buildings. And again, we can play around with embellishment of the parapet and turning corners with windows and that sort of thing, but it should be simple revisions, in our opinion.
Yeah, I think you're pretty tight on the site. I'm just, and I think it's difficult. You got a lot of units crammed in there, 39, so, I see, you pushed up right against your alley and everything else that's on there, but I think it would be something that needs to be considered. And I don't think you have to change your unit layout, but maybe those, in that 6 unit that's on, you can bring up your site plan, please.
Sorry.
That 6 unit that's right on that northeast corner, those 2 middle units maybe go in, and maybe for the next building, building 10, maybe that middle unit goes in, and I think that those are subtle little moves that can go a long way, here, so I wouldn't want you to change your unit, and I know where you're going with that,
Yeah.
but I think there's some, and I think that's the only area where that really needs to happen, especially if you're asking for this variance from the Nebraska Special Street District. And I think you clarified my question on the vaults by the Grand Oak in the middle of the site there. Could you identify your alley? You mentioned a platted alley. Where is that?
I think the alley is abandoned, but we have this location, this is the location of the alley. It's actually exists right on this side, so if you follow that, it's about halfway, from here to here.
And it doesn't go west right there by the
It
Grand
does-
Oak in that middle
No.
courtyard? Okay,
No,
okay. And how are you bringing utilities into these buildings? I think they're all individual townhomes. Is it all going through the rear of the building, the front of the building?
the rear.
So
Each,
water, power, everything's on the back, nothing's gonna be on Nebraska?
yes.
You haven't talked to Tico yet, though, huh?
No, no, we haven't, but our intent is to put a meter at the garage doors, right there on that back wall for every unit.
Okay. And you talked about rooftop, everything's gonna be AC up there. You mentioned behind a parapet. How high is your parapet? Is that
48 inches, 30.
all on all sides, or is it gonna kind of slope to the rear and be open-faced on?
We don't anticipate it being open face.
Okay,
It'll all be solid.
okay. And that's something obviously we'll hit with the CA and
Absolutely.
everything for these
Yep.
items. And materiality,
We are hoping to do and are proposing brick facades on all of the main streets, on all the out-facing facades, and stucco on the other facades.
okay. Okay, I have no more questions. Anyone else have any questions for the applicant? Okay. We've talked for a few moments, so you've heard a number of our questions. You have a few moments to summarize your comments or offer any rebuttal to these items, and then we're going to go ahead and close the public hearing.
Do you want to say anything about the undulation in the buildings, or the loss of units, or something to achieve that?
About, because of,
No, about undulating the building front along Nebraska, and the suggestion that maybe units are pushed back or lost, or
yeah.
a combination of those things.
Yeah, well, we believe that separating, is this over here still?
Yeah.
This building here, the front building, giving it that sidewalk, helped separate and not make it such a long building right along Nebraska. So we thought that helped break it up a little bit. And, again, like Stephanie said, we have discussed, doing maybe some windows on the sides here, and then doing some parapet work on the buildings as well, because we do believe that could help break up the facade a bit as well.
Do you have one more question?
Yeah, how big was that sidewalk? How wide was it?
It's 9 feet,
9 feet.
yes.
Okay.
Can you elaborate if there's anything else, since another question was asked? Can you see if she has any other rebuttal?
Okay. You have a few minutes to summarize any comments that you'd like to based on the commissioner's comments, and then we'll go ahead and close the public hearing.
Well, I believe pretty much we've addressed all the questions that you had, and the only unknown really is that facade. That's kind of up for discussion, that facade, a couple of you mentioned. So, again, we're doing what we feel is right for this building, with simple changes and simple addressing of the corners, and hope that you'll agree with us. But we can certainly work through these things in more detail during the CA process.
Okay. Thank you very much. We're going to go ahead and close the public hearing. We can now have some discussion amongst ourselves. Mr. Hammer, would you like to lead our discussion? Offer any comments with your microphone on.
Well, the one comment, I'd like to hear, I'd like that the facade on the main streets was gonna be brick. And there's lots of things that they can do with brick to break that facade up, rather than undulating, so that, it's just a design exercise. So I think that's a plus for them.
I think as we strive to connect or have a lot more liveness on Nebraska and try to reframe that connective tissue, yeah, this becomes sort of like an important place, and walkability is tremendous. So in any sort of, you know, design elements that incorporate some sort of shade, like the awnings that you were talking about and everything else, I think that would be tremendous, because I travel that road every day, so I know. And again, across the street there's a library and there's a bus stop, and if any of those residents have kids, that elementary school is the designated elementary school. That would be fantastic for them to like be able to walk across the street and drop their kids off.
No further comments. I think it's a really intriguing and compatible solution to a unique site, and takes into account in very unique ways the historic context.
Yeah, I think this project's a real nice addition. I think I think they laid it out on the site very well. It's well placed for, you know, something that's in our district and out of, so it kind of blends those two. I think our job here is to protect the district. So, you know, we have concerns over materials that face that, and addressing those corners and addressing some undulation maybe on that front facade of Nebraska. I think that's all worthwhile. You know, our job today is to make a recommendation to City Council. They're going in front for a PD with our recommendation here. I think we need to kind of go through the waivers. That's part of our recommendation as well. But in general, I think they're, you know, in good shape here.
Yeah, I have a procedural question, because we're going to read the waivers into the recommendation, but it seems like some are specific to the project that isn't within our boundary. For instance, section 4, they list several clusters of units, but we were told it's only 1 through 4 and 15 through 8. Should our motion to City Council be specific to just our purview?
Kamaria Pettis-Mackel from the City Attorney's Office. I believe the applicant stated that those waivers were for the entire site, and I had corrected that the units were 1 through 4 and 15 through 28.
Yes.
So that's the waiver, but because as it's written on the staff report, it says units 1 through 4 and 11 through 23 and 27 through 28, but the architect just verified which units were in the historical district. But all of those units are a part of the waiver. So it just needs to be stated as it's outlined on the staff report. The architect was just outlining which ones were in the historical district.
Oh, I see. Okay, so our recommendation
It's still the same.
It's still the same, and the same.
I
with
mean, for the
tree then.
waivers.
And the same with the tree.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, but number 5 changes, because it's not.
It's 10
it's
and
units,
11.
It's buildings
That's a
10 and
correction.
11, not 8 and 9.
That's what I said. It's 10 units for 10 and 11. So that
So
just
4 stays the same as the staff report, 5 changes per 10 and 11.
correct.
Okay.
Between 10
And I think we probably need to read all those waivers as part
Yep.
of the motion for
Yes.
recommendation.
Yeah, and I'd like to see, in regards to staff findings in our discussion, I'd like to also suggest that we, since this is the planned unit development, that we indicate that if at any time there is signage or any fencing proposed for the project, that it would come back to the board or staff.
Well, that would happen as a result for a certificate of appropriateness because it's not on this site plan.
Okay, so it doesn't have to be part of this.
Correct.
of
It's
the
not on this
recommendation.
site plan.
Okay.
But our concerns over where those units on Nebraska are placed, we can add some language to our recommendation that captures that those buildings can adjust a little bit to get some setback or something. I don't wanna get locked into a site plan that's before us, that goes to city council, and said that, no, that's the position of those units. We can't move that, so typically we say there's some purview and a CA that comes before us to be able to move something to address block massing and addressing
I understand
screenage.
what you're saying,
So we can add that as a condition.
if that's the pleasure of the board.
I'm not so convinced we need to, but in regards to staying flexible, I suppose if you make it part of the condition, and they come back with some kind of variation to what we're looking for.
Now's the time to do it if that's gonna be.
But
put in
again, the
there.
final decision is up to city council.
Yes. It'll be part of our recommendation. Yeah. 'Cause I think once we get to, if this, the PD actually we make a recommendation, council approves it, and then we get to view the units as a CA, certificate of appropriateness, for the parts in the historic district. But, I don't want them to say, well, we can't move those because your PD has already been approved by city council, so I'd like to have that recommendation in there. And then, there's different treatments that I think were talked about, discussed, including moving the buildings or changing the unit structure or different materials. There's a number of things that can be addressed, but I just wanna make sure that we've got some condition in there that would potentially address that.
And if I may respond to that, just,
You'd have to open up
You have to
the,
open up. if we
oh, I
need to.
apologize, okay.
So, by,
And if there's a condition placed on a recommendation, we're gonna have to open it for your,
Okay,
yep.
so the motion can just say that we're encouraging them to continue to look at that footprint for the building facing Nebraska. And they have that flexibility within what's submitted to city council, as long as it doesn't trigger any kind of variance. That's my understanding. You don't have to
So-
lock in a footprint.
so previous, Kamaria Pettismacker from the city attorney's office. So previously, there's been a condition to be able to address a setback within 5 feet of a setback. But that has been a previous condition that has been placed by this board to adjust, setbacks. So if that's the pleasure of the board, you could certainly make that a condition, but ultimately, it's up to city council on whether or not that's going to be allowed, or whether or not they agree with that condition.
I see.
And historically, we use 5 foot. In recent cases, even a couple months ago, we put that in on certain things, of different cases. So it gives us some flexibility here, but ultimately, the PD drives everything.
Okay, well, I'll go ahead and craft a recommendation to city council. So move to recommend city council approve BLC 22-11, 111 / REZ 22-37 for the property located at 1614 North Nebraska Avenue for the proposed rezoning from YC-5 to YC-9 PD with the following conditions. That per the staff findings, that the applicant consider adjusting the footprint of street elevations along Nebraska Avenue portion of the project to break up the massing and scale and to revisit the corner elevations to reflect the historic reference for the reasons that the proposed rezoning and the proposed project is respectful of the density, the scale, the massing, and and preserves the historical integrity and appearance within the historic district in a way that meets the guidelines. Did Did I
You
miss
want-
anything?
I'd say let's go through the waivers, include those.
Okay.
I'd say 1 through 4, it could be as written, and 5, we can make that change in the motion.
Okay, and then include the following waivers, 1 through 4 as presented to the board, and waiver number 5, section 27-162, slight modification to reduce the required 15-foot separation between buildings number 10 and building number 11 to 9 feet.
I'd like to make one little correction on your motion. You were talking about the buildings along Nebraska. You mentioned elevations. I think it should be more setbacks to replace that word. You were talking about the front elevations.
How about setbacks and elevations?
Okay, that's fine. I'm good with that.
Second,
Okay. So we have a motion in front of us. We're gonna have to make there's a condition that we placed on this. We're gonna have to reopen the public hearing to get confirmation from the applicant. We have a motion to reopen.
motion to reopen public hearing?
Oh,
Hold on. I need a
Second.
Okay. All in favor to reopen public hearing? Say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, public hearing is now open. Ms. Gaines?
I heard on the original motion, footprints, not elevations, that there be ability to change footprints. And what I would like to use are the terms footprints and/or facades instead of elevations and setbacks, if we could. It just gives us, yeah, I mean, it's similar. It just gives us a little more flexibility in how we deal with, whether it's pushing the footprint in or out or detailing the facade in a way. Yeah, that's all.
So you prefer footprint and facade
Mm-hmm.
to what we said was setbacks and elevation? I think that's acceptable.
Okay, so friendly amendment to the motion, and so it's by the applicant. So it seems like we're good on that. You're good with the condition? Okay,
Yeah.
the applicant acknowledges, yes.
Acknowledges the condition and as well, that you affirm the amendment
Yes,
to the
we're-
motion?
Yes.
And, Ms. Welch, can you second?
I can second that.
Thank you.
Okay, and the applicant has agreed, acknowledged, or made that modification. So we're gonna go ahead and close the public hearing again.
Before you close the public hearing, can you have a motion to receive and file the documents that were received? I think these were provided from the applicant?
The letters,
Right, the letters.
are they not already in our packet from?
I just want to acknowledge that on their records, that they were received. If we could have a motion regarding that?
Can we
A
close-
motion to receive and file the
I'm-
Can we
documents.
close the public hearing first?
Yes.
Okay, motion to close the public hearing?
Second.
Well, I can't make the
Oh,
motion.
okay, I'll make the motion. Close the public hearing.
Second.
Okay, all in favor of closing the public hearing, say
Aye.
aye. Aye. Okay,
And I make a motion that we accept the letters of reference for into the record.
Aren't we in the middle of the motion though?
You've already,
we need to accept that.
been complete. You've already, there's already been
We haven't voted.
I'm sorry?
It was never voted.
On the original motion? Okay, I apologize. So the original motion regarding the recommendation.
Yeah, well, I think we need to put that into the record before we make a recommendation, right?
Right.
Okay, so I'd say you make a motion to accept the public record, the letters of support. into
She
public
did.
motion.
So I made the motion. Somebody second?
Yeah,
Who?
I did.
Okay, all in favor of accepting the letters of public support into the record?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, so now we're back
So
to,
now we're gonna vote.
now we're gonna vote on the recommendation with the condition. It's been acknowledged by the applicant. So, all in favor of said motion to accept the recommendation of city council for the rezoning as stated and with conditions, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Ron Vila, staff with Historic Preservation. Moving to the next agenda item, which is BLC 22-131. This is for the address of 1915 East Fifth Avenue. This is a vacant parcel in the historic district. This is a interior parcel with a zoning classification of YC7. The request this morning is for new construction, single-family residence with site improvements. Moving to the photo presentation, please. Property in question is highlighted in the green parcel. This is the 1929 Sanborn map. You see the block face on Fifth Avenue. This is the south block face on Fifth. There is only one contributing structure left on that block face that I'll show you a picture now. The subject site is between 19th Street and 20th Street. There is an active alley that runs east and west behind the subject site. This is looking at our vicinity map. You see the local district of Ybor City in totality. The property in question is just to the south of the commercial core. This is looking at the vacant parcel that faces Fifth Avenue. You see the empty parcels on both sides. There has been an approval already. There's 4 parcels here. There's been one project that was reviewed and approved. There is one in the making now. Then you have the one before you, and then there's one more to the west that will complete this block face. This is the alley behind the subject site. You see the vehicular access that comes in off the alley to the back of the units. These are ribbon drives to the back of the new construction along that alley. This is looking from Fifth Avenue toward the south of the subject site. There's no trees within the parcel. Just looking at the remnants of some curb cuts and some missing granite curbing through the construction. If they needed to press some of the granite curbing and replace it, that's something that we could assist them with to complete the historic fabric. This is looking at the abutting property. Property in question is here, just looking at some of the vernacular around. You see in the background some of the back of the properties that face 4th Avenue. And then to the west, you see some blank walls that represent the new construction that was in the area. Once again, this is just the curbing that's missing. You have the street, you have the curbing, the parkway, and then the sidewalk. Through this construction, all this should be renovated and respect the historic fabric. Looking down the street, this is 5th Avenue to the east. There is some parallel parking along 5th. The parallel parking happens on the north side of 5th Avenue, not where the new construction is going to go. This is some new construction that is associated with that block face on 5th Avenue. This is directly across the street. You have some non-contributing structures and then some period structures. This is the condition of the alley. It's one of the better alleys in Ybor City. This is looking at the alley in both directions. And the last photo, just once again, just looking at the rear elevations of the new construction that also access the alley in question. That completes this photo presentation, and the agent could address the board at this time. Thank you.
Good morning, councillors. Simon Amesbury, authorised agent for the client, Allaire Homes, 3709 West Jedden Avenue. This is case number BLC 22-131, address 1915 East 5th Avenue, Ybor City, Historic District. New construction, single-family residence with site improvements. This is, if I may, can I present the councillors with some additional information, just to, because we dealt with some of the comments that Ron had on review of the project, so, and I apologise, Mr. Torres, I only had 4 copies. Didn't realise you were going to be here. Okay. So, just dealing with the architecture first, if I may. Thank you. Yep, got it. This is a property to the west, which is obviously Craftsman style. And photograph below is properties in the neighborhood as well. And then to the east, directly to the east of the subject property, we have got pretty modern contemporary style. So the style that we decided to go for in our project here is a mix of the two, to blend the two. We're right smack in between them, so we felt that was a good way to connect the street from both ends, and that's what you'll see on the handout and my presentation. So, forwards. This is the site plan. So we have a single-family residence facing Fifth, using the alleyway to the rear for two-car garage on the back. The alleyway is only 10 foot in width, so we've allowed for a 14-foot drive apron at the rear as well to give plenty of off-street turning circle and from a safety point of view. We also want to add drive mirrors to the alley so that when you're reversing out, you can see the traffic from either direction. The stair that you'll see there is an exterior stair at the back, and I'll deal with that in a little bit, but it's a see-through stair, it's not a solid stair. And then there'll be a screen on the other side, it's a see-through screen as well, so there'll be plenty of sight lines and visibility to cars coming and going and pedestrians coming and going too. So on the right here is the footprint. You've got 3 steps off the road, the pavement level, which is average to this neighborhood. They range between 2 and 4 or 5. So we felt like 3 was a good place to be. You have to the rear, this is the parking I talked about. So the cars will enter into a garage which is, has got that 14-foot driveway apron. This is the main living areas of this house. Going up 1 floor, you'll see you got bedrooms to the main part of the house and a nice balcony on the front. And then there's an accessory unit above the garage at the rear. One thing I should point out, that this is a single-family home for my client. He intends to live in this. He lives in Ybor City right now. He wants to live in this property. It's not for sale or rental, investment or any sort. And then this is the top floor, just the 2 bedrooms, more balcony as well, outdoor living areas, and roof. Unfortunately, the architect didn't show on here, but this is where the mechanic equipment, actually he did show it, beg your pardon. This is where we'd keep the mechanic equipment. The parapet walls are about 3 foot high, so they'll hide them from any, from the street. So you see here the elevations. Let's look at the front and rear elevations first. Here I've highlighting the buildings to the west and buildings to the east. I've got renderings as well in that package I gave you. I'll go over in a minute that show you the styling, better than this does. But that's the elevation that we're going for on the front, the elevation on the back of the alley, and then I've got side elevations until the neighboring properties are built up. These are the side elevations, but there's no setbacks in Ybor City, so there are no windows shown currently. I understand from discussion with Ron that the property that's proposed to the east has a bit of a setback on their design. So the elevation on that side, we may do some features or something so it doesn't look like a flat wall there. Elevation to the other side, pretty similar. You'll see the courtyard is going to be screened as well. And then a section through it. Give you some indication of what it'll look like. We've got a couple of sections here. This section here is indicating the stair and the screen that I was talking about, although the architect's not showing it that it's actually open, but the photograph beside it shows what we're proposing. So you can actually see through it. And then wall sections for the front elevation. Here's some renderings to give you a better idea of what we're planning. From the front, I'll go over the material palette in just a minute. I've got that as a separate handout. From the rear, and you can see how we are allowing for sight lines, safety. From the side, there. Now going to the material palette, going through the list that was on the agenda. The roof is it's a flat roof, so the most appropriate material is TPO. So this is tape and insulation with membranes, waterproof membranes on top. The balconies and railings and so on. This is a picture of property just down the street, and that is the style that we're looking for, with the balconies and the railings. Obviously not with the brick. Exterior wall materials proposed to be stucco and siding. We've got stucco to the east, stucco to the west and siding to the east, so we're blending the two there. Windows and doors, aluminium framed with muntins to give it that craftsman style. Similarly, lighting and railings, plain, simple, keeping in the craftsman. Oops, sorry, I got it. There you go. Keeping in the craftsman style, trying to blend the modern contemporary one side and the craftsman style on the other. Color palette, well, we haven't arrived at actually what colors. We are going to go with that sort of palette there. Already mentioned windows. ES provide an aluminium frame window. Bronze or black will probably be appropriate. Large missile impact, of course, but it's a good style for this neighborhood. Trim, again in keeping with craftsman style, probably clean lines, straight edge trim. And lastly, screens, a closer up picture of the style and the screen so you can see through it. And that concludes my presentation. Do you have any questions?
Simon, you did a handout. Did you want to
Yes.
Focus on any of the
That was-
handout?
yes, I just
That was
went through it,
everything there?
yeah.
Okay, thank you. That concludes your your presentation?
Yep.
Good morning, Commissioners. Ron Vila, staff with Preservation. Staff's finding that this application is consistent with the Ybor City Design Guidelines for the plans that were submitted to staff. We have some conditions associated, I believe needs additional dialogue this morning. I'm going to go through the bullet items on page 3 and page 4 of the staff report. To measure consistency along the block face from grade, elevation from grade and setbacks, I think he provided some pictures, but additional discussion is needed so it fits harmoniously with that block face. With all new construction in the Ybor City Historic District, we have the design guidelines that are on page 3. That's from page 54 from the design guidelines, with the height, the setbacks, the massing, the alignment, and the building materials. That needs additional discussion as well. The reference for the shutters and the faux balcony on the back is foreign to the district and should be discussed this morning. The location of the mechanicals was discussed. The method of stormwater should be discussed as well this morning. The zero lot line and how he wishes to retain and to meet City of Tampa code for stormwater retention. He does have wall sections. I'd like for this morning for the wall section to be discussed from the parapet all the way down to the foundation, and where the siding is and where the stucco is. A little bit more direction on that. Transportation did have some concerns initially with backing up into the alley as presented. I did talk to the reviewer yesterday morning. What he's presented is acceptable, but they will have to put mirrors up as well to assist them at backing up into that alley. The foundation enclosure, or how the house terminates as it meets the ground, that will show up in the wall section, and that's one item of discussion. And then if this is to move forward, a final color palette will be delegated to staff. That concludes my portion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vila. Is anyone here from the public wishing to comment on this case? Please identify. Seeing none, we can ask some questions of the commissioner. Ms. Welch, are you ready?
No, I'm not.
Regarding the site plan, I have a question. There's an indication that there's an existing concrete pad, I guess, to the west of your property that doesn't align with your proposed entrance and stoop. I'm just wondering if perhaps it's a question for staff. Can that pad be relocated so that it's more in sync with what's being proposed? That's one question. And then second, I do have some questions want to just get some clarity. You're showing some screen materials, which I understand are more like privacy and metal, but then there's also, in the elevations, there's indicated a curved, screened-in courtyard. Is that more like a screened-in porch or a screened-in?
Yeah, like a screened-in pool.
Okay.
So the courtyard is in the center of this
Okay.
property.
What
We
I
just want to put a
don't
cover over it.
see is where the screening, because you have an open carport
Yep.
underneath. So where would the screening be that would separate the car park from the, it's not clear
All right, let
where,
me show you
how you're
on,
really screening on the courtyard.
yep. Probably best to show you.
Would it be where the dotted line is, for instance, or?
Yeah, let me show you on here. So the screens are here and here.
Well, then how do you get the car in?
You have plenty of turning circle, but that's just to give it a bit of privacy.
Well,
There's no door.
There's no
It's
door,
open, you just pull in.
but there's a screen.
right? So
Yeah.
that when he
There's a
backs
screen
out,
on the
he
side
can see.
only, not in the.
Right, but you're doing a screen top.
Mhm.
So the whole courtyard is not completely screened in then?
No.
But at the garage?
No, let me go to,
Okay.
you see
Okay.
here, you see where the cars are parked?
Yeah.
So you drive the cars in.
Okay. So the screening that you're proposing for over the pool area is really just to keep debris from falling within the
Correct.
courtyard?
Yes.
It's not a complete, okay.
Yeah.
And is it over the pool?
Yes, it's over that whole courtyard area, which goes from here to here.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
This is the pool. You ready? All right, so I'm gonna kind of jump in here a little bit. So what's the height of your, what's your setback of where you're locating the building, on the site? Typically we get that distance from adjacent buildings on that street block. So are
So
you,
there are no setbacks on either side, and there's no,
nope, front yard setback. How far are you away from the right of way or the sidewalk? And what's your adjacent, your neighbors that you're basing this design on, how far are they back?
where is that dimension?
And I'd also like to understand what your finished floor elevation is there on the first floor. It looks a little low.
There's the finished floor elevation here, so we are at,
14 inches.
yeah. And the dimension, I don't see it on the drawings, but it's. I'm trying to find it.
Typically on that street, you would take your block averaging of what other buildings are on that site, or give me a measurement to match adjacent.
Well, on the basis that there are 3 steps here from the boundary line, you'll see there's a gap between the boundary line and the sidewalk. Then that's going to be 30, probably about 40 inches before you get to the front of the porch.
Is that what the other buildings are on the
Yeah,
block?
that's consistent with the other. In fact, I can
So
show
you're
you a
lining the front
photograph of
face.
the neighboring one. So, yeah. So their balcony, or not balcony, but their landing there is probably about 40 inches.
Yeah, I think what you need to look at here is how that aligns with this house here, these houses, right? Because you have a certain front facade there, plus they have steps, then they have a landing, you have steps, and then a porch. And also the house on your east is more of a house of traditional Ybor City type of residence with hardy board and a front porch. And that all dictates kind of where you need to position your project to kind of align with that.
Yeah,
So
so-
that looks like a couple steps there to the front
Right.
columns.
So as mirrors this, right? So the porch is in line with the front of his porch.
And I think if you look at that elevation right there, he's got four steps up. I mean, 14 inches off of the finished grade is a little bit too low. I don't even think that meets code, so you're gonna have to look at that. And when we look at the front elevation, it looks really squatty, so I think you need to bring that house up a little bit. So we're gonna need some additional information on that. You said all your mechanical units are on the roof, 3-foot high
Yes,
parapet?
yeah.
Okay. You've got a lot of elements going on in here that aren't really native to the district, I think. I think, when we talk about, your materials are probably okay, but the shutters, we don't really see those in the district, so I think we're gonna need some historic references of where you're finding precedent for that in the district. It kinda looks like a Charleston type of townhome type of thing, not an Ybor City type of home.
Yeah, so when I
If you look
met
at-
with, sorry, I was to say, when I met with Ron yesterday, talk about those shutters, I went back to the client and I said, look, can we make these shutters operable? And the client's perfectly happy to make them operable. I understand that's acceptable too.
Yeah, I mean, it's not an element that we find in the district all that often, so, if they're operable, then you probably make the argument that you don't need missile impact windows either, because you can close the shutters and protect the opening, so.
Yep.
If that's something that you want to head in that direction, I'm just saying it's a foreign element to the district, so I don't think we're looking at that as a nice element here. What's the depth of your porch?
Yeah, unfortunately,
Typically would,
it doesn't look like the architect's put that dimension on his drawings, but, put vertical dimensions and not horizontal dimensions for me, so I apologize.
probably need to kind of figure that out. Typically, if your porch starts getting too tight, you can't even move around, walk there. I can see the doors opening out, so that's
Yeah,
3-4 feet there. I think you probably want to be about 5 feet.
Yeah, I'm fairly
As a
confident
small one,
that's
I think
about-
staff would probably tell you 6 to 8 feet is a little bit more comfortable, so you get a little table and chair out there. So I guess the garage is open to the courtyard right below. You've got screens on the edges there. I think, if anything, those are gonna get torn up by cars in no time,
If it was a multifamily, I'd totally agree.
Pardon?
I said if it was a multifamily, I'd totally agree. We've got a single family,
No,
home.
it's not necessarily the owner, it's people driving down the alley too,
True.
So, I don't know, it's just a durability issue. I think if I were looking at that, maybe you'd wanna, maybe have a block to end it and then inset those screens. But those screens are like fabric, right? They're like inset
No, they're
screens.
metal. They're proper car park screens, so they're built for that
Okay.
purpose.
Okay,
Yeah, you'll find them on most of the car parks downtown.
so it is a true screening, not an
Yes.
insect screen. But now
Not
the
not
one
like
over
mesh,
the fabric,
pool fabric.
right,
No,
they're metal.
not like that. Yeah,
Okay.
proper metal.
What about the screening over the pool courtyard? Is that?
That's a regular pool type screen.
Okay, well, I don't think in the district we wanna see that. So I
No,
think there's a
you
couple
wouldn't.
things,
You wouldn't be able to see it,
well, I can
not
see
from
it.
the street level anyway.
Well, I think that's again, another foreign element that's within the district. It might be something that you could, I'm looking at your exterior elevation 3 on sheet A 400. And, you can kind of see the screen from the side. I think it's something that, you could potentially, maybe make that parapet wall a little higher and then inset that screen so it's behind the parapet wall so you don't see it from the sides. And I know, and I think,
Yeah, that's-
future development's gonna happen on the site, right? That, you're gonna get blocked in, but I don't think that's a visible element that we're used to seeing in the district.
No, but I think you're right. If we raise the parapet wall, then
think
you're
that's-
not gonna be able to see it.
And, I'm kind of asking questions here, but, I think if you raise that parapet wall a little bit and maybe, you have got that little wing wall where that stair goes down and it's kind of angled and it's just it's a little awkward move. I'd almost see that trying to be squared off, raising that parapet up to hide that screen and then just let that stair be exposed. I mean, you're already going to have guardrails on there. Get rid of that little wing wall there because I don't think that really does anything for you. And it helps your your side elevation with having more respective massing and proportions there as well. So tell me a little bit more about the front elevation. It looks, when I look at it, I think it's kind of there's a lot going on with the shutters, the columns. You're going to wrap the columns in like a hardy board.
Yeah, I mean, it's a, It's a masonry structure from the ground floor, and then it's got sidewalls which have to be masonry all the way up, of course. So we'll have, either poured concrete or masonry block columns on the ground floor, which you want to hide. You want to wrap those in. So we'd wrap those in like I said, a craftsman style, and continue that all the way up. Then the railings, pretty simple, not ornate style railings. You talked about the shutters. I don't see, I'd have to go back to the client. I know he added those shutters, but if it's not in keeping, I don't think it's going to be too much of an issue to take off.
Yeah, I think when you start looking at the front elevation, there's just a lot going on right there with the shutters and the columns. So the columns, I see from your drawings, you want to wrap that in hardy board.
Yep.
So that's over block. There's block behind there for the columns, or are you going to frame that out with wood? And
It'll be both block and wood in this structure here. The way it's obviously we haven't had it engineered yet, but that's typical.
Okay. And what's your height right now? The
35.
35? Okay. And you're allowed up a little bit more, I think.
40, is it Ron?
45.
45.
45. Yeah, I think it just appears a little squatty, so, if you have a little bit more room, maybe you take advantage of that, and, I think when you look at, you can,
If you look at this property, just to the east, we're mirroring a lot of that style there. That's typical of, Ybor City.
yeah.
So the column wraps and so on.
Sorry, if we look at that, you can see the designation of the columns, the windows, there's no shutters on that. This is well proportioned. It's got a different type of, pitched roof, a gable roof on the front. It defines the space a little bit better, and I think even, that's not too busy with the columns but if you add shutters there, it may work on that one, but you're proposing to use all doors for all the openings as well? These are
Well,
they're full height.
doors or windows of that size, so it would look like this elevation.
Go ahead.
Roberto Torres, are the doors sliding?
French
the
doors.
all of them. So then I'm gonna say the ones in the middle are French doors that open, and then the ones that should be windows are also gonna be sort of like doors. Then there are French doors as well.
You'll see the ones in the middle on this elevation here, you'll see a windows.
Okay.
Currently, the ones either side are the doors.
Got it. And was there a reason to go with like full height size windows instead of like regular windows, I guess, or?
Architectural.
Got it.
Trying to create that style, that the client really wants.
I want to jump back to the shutters. Are obviously faux shutters, and given the amount of space you have between doors and windows, you'll never get, it doesn't look like you'd ever have enough space to make them wide enough to actually work and cover and protect the glazing. So they don't make much sense, and as already been pointed out, they're pretty inconsistent in the district. And then there's an inconsistency with you've got muttons on the windows, but then not on the French doors. I think it ought to be one way or the other, but not the mix.
So to have a less busy elevation, would you be happier with no muttons?
Yeah, that's a design decision. I just think that the mix of it is inconsistent with what we see.
Okay. One question that I have that if you spoke to it, I missed it. And that is the curbing and how you're going to address that out front. Ron talked about that a little bit in his presentation, and on the one packet, this one, I see it says curb not to be touched. But I'm not sure what are you addressing that out front? How are you addressing
Yeah,
that?
we've-
Because wasn't
we've
there an
discussed-
entrance onto the property, but yet that's the front of the house?
So there's no parking on that side, so that curbing would be replaced, right?
Okay,
There's no
so
point
you'll
in
be
having-
replacing it
Yeah.
as the city's got the rest of it?
Mhm.
Okay. And where'd my other note go? Oh, okay, I have that one answered. Okay, that was all I had for right now.
Any other questions for the applicant at this point? Okay, seeing none, we're gonna go, we had some questions that we asked you, some discussions. You have a few minutes for a summary of your comments or any rebuttal of any of the discussion, and then we're gonna close the public hearing.
No, nothing significant. I'd take your points. I'll take them back to the client. I don't think there's anything there that's, that can't be approached, can't be dealt with. It's fine. Talking about the shutters, that was something that we talked about, Ron and I just talked about recently, so I will take that back to the client, and we can remove those. We can look at simplifying the front. We're just trying to match the two properties, or properties that are going both sides. We're kind of that link between the modern on one side and the craftsman on the other. And the modern is completely out of character of the neighborhood, so we're trying to blend the two with this. So yeah, I'll take your points back, and we can deal with those. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're gonna go ahead and close the public hearing. We can have some discussion amongst the commissioners on the status of the project. Mr. Hammer, would you like to lead the way?
Turn on your mic.
The question of stormwater never got answered.
Oh, yeah.
And how you're dealing with it.
Well, we're having a discussion
Yeah, we're
right now,
talking
the
amongst
public hearing.
ourselves.
Oh. Then that remains a concern.
Sure. Yeah, I think, I'll make some comments and jump in here. I think there's a lot of conflicting information. We've had questions of things that we've seen that appear foreign to the district. There's some issues with the massing, scale, proportion of the project in general. Stormwater, they've got some solution in there, but I'm more concerned about the more general form of what's going on here, and I think it needs a little bit more refinement as far as, the side elevations. I think there's a couple things that you could do to simplify that, try to keep everything a little bit more rectilinear. The front elevation, the shutters just crowd that space that front way too much. And I understand the applicants struggle with trying to blend something that's more craftsman, modern interpretation of what's in Ybor, and the modern side that's projects right beside there. So I think it just needs a little bit more work to kind of,
I would agree.
kind of get that more in order. I think there's elements that you can bring from both, but you're kind of trapped in that no man's land. You're like Switzerland, it's kind of like, all right, we're trying to do both, and, so I think you got to pick one and run with it a little bit more, clean up some of the details and the images of the side thing, and, let's try to hide that curved screened element, put it behind a parapet wall. I mean, you can do
Right.
whatever form you want behind there if we don't see it, so curve may not be the best option there. I understand there's certain conditions being placed on here by transportation for opening that corner. That's a durability issue. It's just gonna get taken out at some point in time. Let the stair be the stair instead of hiding here, so. But the
All
front
right.
elevation was really the one that really concerns me. I think it's too low, you know, it's not off the ground enough. It's,
Yeah.
you know, maybe need to define where the leading edge is here, so.
And I didn't get clear, in my mind, I didn't get clear definition of, okay, what's the front gonna look like? What, how is he gonna align with the front in conjunction to what you're talking about? How's he gonna do the curb, the side, you know, all of that stuff, clean all that stuff up? They didn't discuss that. They didn't
Like
present that.
porch, you know, is that, you know, it could be metal, you know.
Right.
You know, it could be a whole different element, sloped or gabled end there to kind of tie the two forms together. I don't know, slope would probably be a better way to go, but, it's
Yeah, we
something-
just didn't see, they didn't speak to that, and, so I think we need to understand what that's gonna look like too. What that's gonna come together.
I think for me, right now, they're like an island in that alleyway, but at some point, it's gonna be locked in, and then solid waste removal, and then, you know, trying to get those cars in and out. I think that's a big concern with, I think the mirrors are gonna help, but
Yeah,
I don't know, maybe having more open, I don't know if that's gonna decrease visibility, the mesh, the metal mesh at night, or, having maybe like I don't know if it's like an area to put your trash cans, or,
right,
Yeah.
right. Typically, we've always talked too about the, when we go through projects, we look at the siding. This is awful, this elevation right here, this stuff right here.
Yep.
It's a zero lot.
It's a lot, yeah, and there's like nothing on there. Did we talk about the fact that there was something butting right up against it?
Eventually.
Got it.
In the packet that we got preliminary, had other renderings that showed multiple buildings that we didn't see today.
Okay, maybe that's
Yeah.
where I'm not clicking. It's not clicking
Yeah.
for me. It's like, okay, wait a minute, this isn't what I remember looking at. Okay,
Yeah.
thank
Yeah.
you.
And
I think you're
and I think
probably right.
it's a safe assumption that the rest of that block is gonna get infilled at some point in time, so, you know, I
Right.
think there's some flexibility that we can give it that, yes, it is gonna get closed up, because they are using zero lot lines on the side, so they're building right up to that
To the
property
le-
line,
To the edge,
which makes the front and rear elevation even more important.
right.
Yeah, one of those elevations was just noted as painted block, so obviously they're being prepared for something else going there.
Right, and in the picture that they gave of the item of the property here on North 20th, there's nothing on this wall either, so they're
Yeah.
anticipating infill there as
Yeah.
well. Okay, that makes,
Which is appropriate, I think they're all like narrow lots right there.
I would
you
agree.
know.
And I missed that part.
Can I ask this question of the architects, because this is a zero lot line condition? The only character defining feature to this facade is the balconies. Are they allowed to wrap? I'm confused about the lot line condition for the open porch ends. That's-
In the back,
No, in the front, because presumably the neighbors can come in and basically build to the zero lot line and negate the effect, the architectural effect of a porch.
yeah, and I think you kind of see that if you look at like the property to the east, you know, the modern one has, you know, it's still set back where the doors are. And that, I think that's what makes this front yard setback even more critical to say, you know, what do we got, how much space do we have back from this craftsman style house? How much space is there on the side, so that if everyone, we do block averaging, so if everyone plays by the same rules and everyone has a front porch, you're not being boxed in on
I'm
two
just
sides.
wondering if the porch should also be pushed in from the zero lot line,
Could.
which is more characteristic of what we see in the district. I'm gonna go ahead and jump in. I think you're doing your presentation a disservice by saying that your inspiration for the project is craftsman style, because I don't see any character defining features of what we would normally consider a craftsman style building. That said, you have the beginnings of a elevation or facade that certainly is compatible within the historic patterns of the district. But I wouldn't, you know, and you can call them transitional, but I think the inspiration is not really craftsman, even from the examples you showed us. I understand how not even the adjacent properties, because there can be future development in between your properties, but, you know, you perhaps have some more traditional new construction that's in the craftsman style. But I think this project would really, really benefit from just a real clarification of what you're trying to achieve architecturally, which elements you're trying to pick up from the district, and most importantly on the front, but I think also in the back, it's a little bit, there's a disjointment between the architectural. It's okay to want to be modern in the district, you know, the codes encourage that, but at the same time, it still has to be stylistically compatible with the massing and the planes and the texture and the treatment and the forms that we see. Staff mentioned, I think, one of the comments was that, you know, I think it was traditionally, there's no balconies on the back of the accessory structure. We haven't even addressed that. But, you know.
They're faux balconies.
Like Juliet balconies
Yeah.
or something, yeah. I mean,
They don't open them.
yeah, but that's just a point I'm trying to make, that there really just seems to be too much going on without a focus about what's gonna make it characteristic of this urban property in a historic neighborhood. And the guidelines are pretty clear about that. And most importantly too, I think, is the elevation. It seems like it doesn't mimic or relate to anything along the street. And there's ways to do it without necessarily having to go much higher if you choose to. So again, I'm not trying to constrain you with what you're trying to do architecturally, but I don't think the solution we've come up with is reflective of the goals of the guidelines.
I think these full height doors kind of limit you in a certain direction too. I mean, you know, that's nice if it's an element that the applicant likes and wants to use. It just needs to be done in a better way. It gets just a little bit too busy, but I think it has opportunities. I think it just needs to be refined a little bit.
Well, and you mentioned the parapet. I mean, the fact that you've chosen to have 3 covered porches, no matter how high your parapet goes and not require a variance, you're not going to read it from the street. I think that's an important element to the district, that you do see the parapet. So, you know, perhaps it's just, perhaps the last level is not covered, which then exposes you, allows you to treat that last floor architecturally look difficult. I mean, you mentioned it looks, what did you say, it's Charleston.
Charleston,
And you showed some brick buildings with wrought iron, you know, balconies and railings. That's a vocabulary that's within the district. I mean, I can understand if that's not what your clients want, but there are elements within the district that you can achieve programmatically what you're looking for, and I think even stylistically, but it's not the craftsman style.
Yeah. And one more point here. I think, you know, this is a 3-story building too, and one other thing that I think they need to do is look at that whole top 3rd story and bring that back maybe a little bit. You know, you look at it, you know, this is 2-story, and that's got you know, the adjacent house is a 2-story mass. This is a 3-story, and there's no setback at all. And typically within the district, we like to see that 3rd story broken back a little bit to maintain that street edge of a 2-story building. So I think we've given the applicant a number of discussion points here and things to take a look at.
One more thing is, I can't recall any screened-in exterior courtyard feature within the district. And
There are. This one has. I think this one has one, but you can't see it.
Right,
So
it's
as
hidden.
long
So
as
you
it's-
can
Right, you can do
that.
whatever you want as long as you can't see it.
Right.
So as long as it's sort of an architectural enclosure.
And I think that's kind of an easy solution. If you extend that parapet wall or drop that screen
Right.
down within there, it just
Right.
disappears.
Okay.
So there's certain moves. It just needs a little bit more massaging. So
Mike,
you've
you
heard
want to
it.
say something?
Well,
Am I allowed to say something?
no. Well,
Not yet.
You'll have an opportunity.
Hold
Yeah.
on, hold on one second. Are you asking to, are you trying to respond to their comments, or are you trying to discuss something else, ask something else?
I just wanted to know if we go for a continuance to approach these
Okay.
concerns that they have and come back next month with,
yeah,
you
and
know,
I think
we're
that's kind
refined.
of where we're going. I don't think we're at a point
That's fine.
to do it preliminary here, so we'll.
I would
think-
agree.
And we gave you a number of things to discuss. I
Yeah.
don't want to put specific conditions on it. You've heard what we've had to say. It's back in your court right now.
Yep.
I think the cleanest thing is to do a continuance. If we're all
I
generally
would
in
agree.
agreement, you can have a motion, and we're gonna ask for your concurrence with that motion for
Yep,
continuance.
that's fine with us. Thank you.
Well,
Do we make the motion to continue?
hold on one second, hold on one second. I just, Kamari Pettis-Mackle from the city attorney's office, that's what the applicant's trying to ask for, is a continuance.
Got it.
And then Mr. Fernandez is gonna give the date in which, the hearing can be continued to, and that's the motion that needs to be made.
Correct, and speaking with the agent, we did determine July 26th, next month at 9 a.m. would be a date for a continuance request. I believe that's his request.
Okay,
So we can entertain a motion, and we'll get.
so we're entertaining a motion to continue this? Okay, so do you want me to be formal about it? I can be, let me get my glasses on, then I look formal. Okay, so I make a motion that we continue case BLC 22-131, 1915 East Fifth Avenue to the next meeting on Tuesday, July 27th at 9 a.m.
26.
26th, I'm sorry, 26th at 9 a.m.
A second.
Okay. So we have a motion in front of us to continue the case to next month. Is the applicant okay with this motion?
Yes, we are.
Okay, so the applicant acknowledges. All in favor of said motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We'll see you next month. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I liked your handouts, by the way.
Thank you. I'll repeat that.
Do we want to,
Not till after the next one.
you want to break?
Not till after the next one. I have this all timed out.
Good morning, Commissioners. Ron Vila, staff with Historic Preservation. Our next agenda item is BLC 22-137. This is for the address of 2309 North Nebraska Avenue. Currently on the site, there's a non-contributing structure. The zoning is YC5. The request in front of you this morning, and the only thing that we're going to review this morning is a variance. There's a height increase from 8 foot to 11 foot. On page 3 of your staff report, the previous action that staff did approve an 8-foot fence surrounding the property, and at portions of the property, the fence jumps up to 11 feet in height. For a variance presentation this morning, the applicant has 10 minutes to move forward. Associated with this request moving forward, we have the written variance hardship questions attached to the application that is in your packet, so you could follow along with the presentation. Just briefly going through the photo presentation, property in question is highlighted in the green shaded area. It does front Nebraska, and then it turns the corner to the east on 15th Avenue. So this is, if you follow my hand, this is the area where the fence is located. There's an 8-foot high fence that the pictures will show along Nebraska, and then as it goes to the east down 15th Avenue to about 3/4 down the block, and then the fence elevates itself to 11 foot from here to the end of this parcel. This is our vicinity map. I like to show this so you get an understanding of where this is at. This is Nebraska, the corridor. This is our southern boundary as you go up Nebraska, cross the interstate. This is property is north of the interstate to the corner of Nebraska and 15th Avenue. Overhead shot, you see the interstate here, Nebraska, 15th. To the north, there's a convenience store, and then to the north of that, you have Columbus Drive, a point of reference. This is the fence as it faces Nebraska. Just another shot of the fence. This is Nebraska here. This is 8 foot. This is the property to the south of Nebraska. That's not part of this review, but so you get an understanding of the environment. Looking down Nebraska towards the south, and then turning around to the north. This is at the corner of Nebraska and 15th Street, oh, excuse me, 15th Avenue. And this is the site to the east of the subject site, but you see how the fence kind of matches up here. This is directly across the street of the convenience store. Once again, to conclude, I want to bring you into focus. This is the 8-foot high fence along Nebraska. This is the corner of Nebraska and 15th Avenue. Looking down 15th Avenue, the fence is 8 foot high to this point, and then it jumps up to 11, which is indicated here. That's that connection, 8 foot, 11 foot. And looking at the 11-foot section just from 15th Avenue, looking to the south. That concludes the photo presentation, and the owner can address the board at this time.
My name is Jerry Freeman, and I'm here representing 2309 Nebraska Avenue. Did I get all that right? Lived here all my life. It was great to come down here and listen to everybody building all the new things in Ybor City. My problem's on the completely other end of that scope. I've owned that property that surrounds 2309 since '84. It's unique in itself because that's where the homeless gather. Either they gather there because that's where they want to be, or that's where they're allowed to be. And that has occurred since '84 and sooner. The property that I have owned since '84, before we put up the fence, we tried everything to keep the homeless out. In doing so, we've hauled out 2 dead bodies and truckloads of human waste until we finally got the old original fence up, which generally stopped it. In, I think, around 2019 or 20, I bought the adjacent gas station, which is 2309. It had no fence. With that came the same problem. So I'm going to, as Ron said, I'm going to put a few pictures here of the homeless that gather there. This is not nearly representative of what really happens because most of the occurrence is at night. This is what we've got during the day that we're dealing with. And this is the garbage. Can everybody see that? Nope, you can't. There's some garbage, there's some more garbage. Now that's what my wife and I took in the morning when we went over there. Ron said, you better get some pictures. So we ran over there and we caught a little group of it. And as I was trying to take the pictures, somebody came at me with a pipe. So when I bought the piece of property, I knew the code enforcement people well. My piece of property, the old piece of property, is conjacent with the convenience store. So of course, anybody will buy a candy bar and a Coke, walk so many steps, and by the time they eat the candy bar and the Coke, they're right about in front of my property, they throw it on the ground. So I have been contributing to the cleanliness of the city of Tampa since '84, because remember the easement that's in front of your property or house, as you don't own it, you're responsible for keeping it clean. So since '84, I have had the privilege of cleaning garbage from the convenience store, among other things. But when I bought the gas station, it just kicked into gear. And what was happening is, because of the Trinity Cafe, it has drawn a tremendous amount of homeless down there that come for lunch. They live in the neighborhood or wherever they can, and they were living on 2309 in the rear grass area that he showed earlier. There's a front part of the property. There's a front part of the property that faces Nebraska. And behind the building is a grassy area. And that's where they decided that the public bathrooms were going to be. Now, maybe we could have lived with that, but then they started smearing it on the walls. And with the smell and the code enforcement, it got pretty bad. So I was getting noticed all the time. So the code enforcement, the police department, and the Borough we all got together because this had to be solved. Well, first, Ron okayed a 6-foot wooden fence. You can put that around there and that'll do it. And the police said, absolutely not. We're not having that. We can't see through the fence. We don't know what they're going to be doing on the other side. I went to the police department, and from 2019 till 2022, there was between 142 and 150 calls to the police department. That's basically an average of 1 a week to that piece of property. So there's an example. The code enforcement people supplied me, it was too much paper to print. So they supplied me a flash drive, which I turned into Ron's group, because they weren't going to spend the money to print. And there's over 500 pieces in that for 2309. So when we got together, they gave me the task of, we got to stop this from happening. For some reason, the front part of the property, they didn't want to defecate and do drugs on. But the latter part of the property, off of 15th, behind it in the grass, is where everything went on. So we came up with the idea of coming up with this steel fence, which was expensive. And we put that around it. And you know something? It solved the problem. Now, I want to explain to you the variance and why I'm looking for it. This is a drawing of the property here. That's not quite good enough here. All right. Can you? We got the drawing approved, and we put the fence in. Now, if you see this pencil, this is Nebraska. Everything's 93 inches. I have a picture of 93 inches I can show you if you'd like. It's 93 inches. It goes all the way to 93 inches to here, and then right in here. There's a 12-foot piece and a 19-foot piece in there that I took it to 11 feet, and I'll tell you why. Right in this area is a dead spot. It's behind the convenience store. There's a vacant lot, and then there's a house, and across from that is my place, and that's where the homeless all stay. Right in that one little area right there. That's where all the congregating goes on. That's where all the drugs are done. That's where everything. Now, I had my men go over for the last time, and they sweeped up a few hypodermic needles and the stuff that I'm dealing with on the property here. If anybody would like to look at them, I'll sure pass that around. All right. So we built the fence, we put it up, and it stopped. I've had 4 police calls, 4. We used to average 1 a week. Now, there were 4 in 2022, and those are the 4 that I made because the code enforcement people asked me to do it to break up the homeless. We haven't had any of the police calls that we used to. Like I said, we averaged 1 a week for 3 years. Now we're down to just me calling because the code enforcement want me to break it up. We're not having anywhere near the problem we had in code enforcement. Now basically the code enforcement problem is along the edge of the road where They want me to clean it up, but it's not on the back of the property. So did the fence work? It absolutely did. Why did I make that part of the fence higher? Why would I spend more money when I'm already doing 90% of the fence at 93? Why would I make that? It was a passive way to keep them from crawling over the fence into the back of the grass to do what they do. They won't go over 11-foot fence. So my variance is requesting that in that one area that nobody really sees, because it's not facing Nebraska, and it really isn't even hardly on 15th. By me bringing it up, it stopped the homeless from crawling over the fence and doing the deeds that they were doing on that property. That's a fact. That has happened. I have stopped the police having to go out there. The code enforcement are not having to go out there. The degree of burden to myself and my family has decreased. Now, I was told I need to go over these 6 things on why I need this variance. Now, if I technically need to go one by one, I will go one by one and explain to y'all why.
Okay, I guess you had like 10 minutes to state your case for the variance. That's standard rules. I think you have more to say, and I think we'd like to hear it. So do we have a motion to extend another 5 minutes so you can complete your case?
Also move.
Okay, so, do you have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
The
Motion passes
5
for 5
things in here that you're asking me to designate fall within the scope of everything I've said. Not only has this small change of the height of the fence, it has meant, because when I put down for the community, I was told I should describe what it meant to me. Well, to me, obviously, it's less cost that I have to do less cleaning, less expenses. The fact that my workers have to go over it, I've already had a couple of them get stick by these needles. They don't want to clean up anymore. So we've throttled that way back. But to the benefit of the community in whole, you're not spending police time running out there for nothing anymore. The code enforcement isn't out there all the time anymore. Just because what I did worked. Remember, 80% of it is exactly below 8 feet. If I thought it could be fine, I would have made the whole thing the same size. Why did I make that change? To keep them out of the area that they were crawling over to get into. And because I made it just a little bit higher, they don't go over it and get into that. So that is my request for a variance. And I really believe that I have hit on all the reasons why this is being done. The fence that, like I said, Ron said, put a 6-foot wooden fence up, and the police said, absolutely not. No way. We can't see in it. There's things that go on in there. We would never know what was going on. At first, we came up with that. We got with the code enforcement, and we got with Ron, and Ron went along with it. And that's what we did to give it the best look we possibly could and accomplish the goal we went out to, was to keep the people from going behind the building, defecating, smearing it on the walls, doing drugs, leaving needles, and trashing it everywhere. I hope, I'm not a professional, I hope I've addressed these issues without reading each and every one of these things and telling you that's it.
Well, thank you for your presentation. Mr. Vila? Do you have a-
Commissioners, this request is for a variance only. Staff is usually silent. I would direct you to the written documentation that he submitted into the record, excuse me, along with the verbal discussion that he provided this morning to look at an overall solution if this meets the intent of a variance. The hardship criteria is on page 3. Yeah, you can look through that. When you look at a variance, it's the practical difficulties and hardship associated with the individual parcel. So at times we have people come forward that the hardship is driven by different things, but ultimately a true variance is what's unique and singular to that particular parcel. So as you discuss this amongst yourselves, that's the information that you should hold paramount moving forward. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone here from the public wishing to comment on the case, please identify yourself.
I'd like to make one mistake. There is one letter of opposition that was submitted into the record, and it is in your packet.
Okay, we're gonna go start asking questions of the applicant, seeing no public, and no one's here for public comment, correct? Okay, we can start with some questions of the applicant, starting on my left.
So just to make sure I understand everything, you have 8 feet around most of it with 11 feet starting towards the back off 15th, correct?
In the picture, I wish I could get Ron's picture. I can't seem to find Ron's picture here. If you looked at the property, the concreted part, for some reason, they don't go into the concreted part because it's on Nebraska. The car lights show them. So
Right.
whatever they do, they don't go. Where they want to get
Is in the
is in the
back?
grass.
Okay.
So in the grass area, interior fence is 11 feet, and that one piece, which is 12 feet and another 19 feet, that just blocking the grass area, we jumped it up to 11. It was a passive way to keep them from,
Right, no, I get that.
because they're like pigeons. Once that's their home, that's where I go use the bathroom.
Okay.
That's where I do my drugs. Now you've stopped me. I'm going to try to keep coming in there.
So then is your intent to make the entire fence 11 feet?
No. The fence is done. The majority,
So this is an after-the-fact variance? You're asking for the variance after the fact that you've already installed the 11-foot
Yes.
fence?
when I was given the task to stop it, if you want to know the whole story,
No, I got a gist. I get it. Okay. So you're asking for the variance to 11 feet for a fence that you've already installed, and you've already put it at 11 feet. And I understand why you did it, and I understand the benefit that it's caused as a result of doing that. So I get all that. Okay, and in that 11-foot fence, you have found that it keeps the homeless out and keeps the problems at minimum, right?
we really haven't had any problems since it's gone. Like I said, there was a police call that I did not make once a week. There was almost 150 calls in 3 years. When the
Right.
fence went up, there's only been 4 calls since January 1 of '22. And those are the ones that the code enforcement asked me to make because the trash on the outside was
Right,
building
you
up.
talked about that. Okay. What is the property used for? Is it vacant property? I didn't catch that.
For years and years, the majority of the property, which is not a question, was my laydown yard. I'm the guy that puts the bleachers up at the Gasparilla Parade.
Got it.
Okay.
So that was your holding yard?
It was
so to
my
speak?
laydown yard. It's been since '84. I have a business at 903 East 17th Avenue. And I built grandstands of bleachers for schools and municipalities. Okay, so I have had a laydown yard over there for years and years and years.
I just didn't know if there was public activity there or activity there during the day or anything.
No.
Because oftentimes that will adjust.
No,
Okay.
there's no
I think right
public
now-
access, no public. We're in the process of, it's YC5, but back in 1960, it was called a convenience store. And we're in the process of getting that changed. to an addition to the company so we can park our company trucks over there. Presently, we're not really able to use it, but on maybe a daily basis because it's zoned a convenience store. So
Okay,
we've gone through the motions and we're at the very end of getting the fact they're just gonna call that a satellite so that we can park our company trucks over there.
okay. So eventually you'll be parking vehicles over there, but you'll still potentially run into the same problem. Right?
No, as far as the homeless getting on the property, we've pretty well eliminated that, and we're starting to see a slow degradation down from the numbers that have been accumulating over there. In other words, the trash isn't as great as it used to be because there's nowhere for them to congregate. That's been lessened because they can't get into the property anymore. They never have really cared about getting in the front.
Right, they can be seen. Okay.
They've been seen.
That's all I have.
If you could put up your site plan, the one that indicates with the yellow, I just want some clarification.
I'm sorry, put everything back.
How high is fence A that meets fence B and your
Fence B,
right there, yeah, how
from
high is fence?
here to here, is 93 inches.
Okay, how high is fence A on the interior of the property?
132 inches.
So
Here's
the fence that goes back to the building right there is 100, is
Can you make the
11
calc,
feet.
You
11
mean from
feet?
here to here?
Yep.
That's 11 feet.
Okay, what about the fence on the south side of the office?
Here?
Yes.
That's 11 feet.
And is that allowed on an interior?
Well, what's, okay.
And then what's the?
What's on the property
fence?
line on the east and what's on the property line on the south for the paved area?
This here?
Up to the right.
What's, yeah.
Yeah, what's
What
that?
goes around, this borders the old piece of property that I had, and that's 11 feet.
Okay.
And that's been there since 84. That's already been grandfathered in, and I already have a decision by the code enforcement team, so there's no questions about
So you-
that. But that's what we had to do.
Okay, you answered the question, thanks. So the variance that you're asking for only applies to the highlighted area in yellow on this?
This is all that we're talking about.
And what about the gate itself? How high is the gate?
The gate is actually a little lower.
How low?
I didn't even measure the gate.
Okay, all right. And then I just want to clarify, because in your variance request, number 5, you're stating that the fencing was previously approved. Based on the testimony you're giving, the fence that you built, the portion that's before us now, it was not built as approved.
Everything up to this point was built to approve.
Okay, but the statement is not technically correct. The fence that you built is not the fence that was approved. Just one
Technically, yes.
clarification.
My objective at the time, working with the police
I
and the code
understand.
enforcement,
You've
was
pro-
to stop
I understand.
what was going on. That was
I
the
understand.
task I was given to do.
Yes.
And having had done it
Sir,
before,
I understand, and you've answered that question. The other part of that question is, and maybe it's for staff, aesthetically, which is part of our purview too within a historic district, is the fence that was built, what was presented as design, is the design, is the execution of the fence, what you'd actually propose, because one of the public comments that we received seems to indicate that the fence that had been approved by the Bar Latino is not the fence that was built, besides just the height, the design of the fence, the posts.
that's incorrect.
Well,
The
Kamaria
fence-
Pettis-Mackle from the City Attorney's Office. So this is only here regarding the variance for the fence that's located, that you could see on your screens right now, the variance. This is not here for us to discuss the design aspect. It's not here for certificate of appropriateness. It's only about the variance, the height.
But isn't it germane to the conversation that if the violation is not just the height, if there wasn't actually the fence that had been approved?
I understand what you're saying, but I just want to curtail, the
Yeah.
focus of the conversation should be about the variance
understand.
request and not the design, because it's not noticed to address a certificate of appropriateness.
Okay. Thank you. No other questions?
Mr. Hammer? Microphone.
The photograph that we have with the staff report shows the 11-foot fence, and then it shows some solid material behind the fence so that you can't see in. And you made comments about how the police have said they don't want a solid fence, yet that's what you have.
No, the fence you're looking at now is on the old piece of property, which is not involved with 2309. There's 3 parcels there. There's a piece on Nebraska and a piece on 15th. That's what you're looking at, that has the tin fence around it.
Yes.
Now, was put in '84, and that's been there that long. The piece that we're talking about now is 2309, and that part is not on that property, technically.
Okay, I see where you're talking now. So it's property to the east of your.
It's a lot
this
east
one, yeah.
of the property.
But you own that property?
I do.
And is that metal sheeting conformant as a fence?
It was there, I put that on the,
I'm sorry, I'm gonna take back the question because it's not before us. Thank you.
Any other questions, Mr. Hammer?
No.
Okay, so, I think it's important to note that this case didn't come in front of the Barrio, right? This was a staff approval for the 8-foot fence back in 2020?
Correct.
BLC 20-96, okay. How did this, you said that you were working with the police, code enforcement, and staff, city staff, historic preservation for this lot to put up a fence. You went through the proper channels and did everything with Barrio, got approved for a certain fence, and then put that up. How did this move to the next level? Why are we here? Was there a code enforcement action brought against you?
I have
because
one
of this?
neighbor, I have a neighbor that doesn't even live and face the property. She lives probably, 500 yards away on another street, and she doesn't like the homeless. I don't blame her. And she has learned that if she just keeps poking at me, I'll keep doing something. Now, when Ron, the police, I all got together, it was to solve the problem at hand, and I solved it. And when I was asked about the fence, I said, don't ask any questions. I'll be honest with you. I said, Ron, don't ask any questions. But I've solved the problem. They don't go in the property anymore. There's no more human feces being smeared on the wall. There's no more drug being going on, but I solved it. The neighbor decided that she didn't like the fact that I didn't build that thing exactly like it was. I did the majority of it because the majority was okay. They don't go in that area, and it kept them out. But that one area, they were going to go over that fence. And that's all there was to it. And my job, some passive way, was to keep them from going over into the dark part behind the thing and doing their business, sleeping, doing drugs, selling drugs and stuff like that, which I accomplished. And the only difference between what was on the sheet is 3 feet of extra pipe. And it worked. Now, if aesthetically which I agree with you, aesthetically, how does that flow in? Actually, it kind of looks like it's part of that old fence. It doesn't look out of place. But you're right, I did it without permission because I knew I couldn't get approval for it, and I knew it wasn't going to work. But what I did do worked.
But you didn't do this with the gate. The gate is still at a lower level.
Gate's a little slower, little lower because of the weight factor. It's the dynamics of that type of fence is very heavy. That was a very expensive fix.
I'm sure.
And when she says wrought iron, yes, it was built as designed. The only thing that's not on top of it are the little fennels, and frankly, it's hard to get them right now. The supply line to get the little top fennels that you poke on top of them are almost next to impossible today to get. Other than that, the fence was built exactly per plan as submitted. So I don't know where she's coming off saying the fence wasn't. That's absolutely not
we
true.
received one opposition letter. I imagine this is the individual that you're referring to is not an immediate neighbor, but lives in the neighborhood,
She lives
generally speaking.
one block over, and she can't see it. Nobody in the neighborhood, everybody else is thrilled with what I've done because they no longer have the traffic of all the drugs and all the garbage in their neighborhood. It's been reduced and reduced and reduced. Now that we've started calling, like I said, I've only made 4 calls in 22, and that's primarily because of the garbage buildup. And the police are starting to really push it because they can now. And that's starting, that little spot is starting to clean up better and better and better.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony. Any other questions for the applicant at this point? You've said quite a lot, but you have a minute or so to summarize any comments or rebut anything that we've discussed. I think we've pretty much heard it all.
The solution to the problem is really not that hard. As Ron said, just take a sawzall, cut the darn thing back down, and we're done. Which would take, I could send my guy over there, and within an hour and a half, problem solved. The problem is that they go back over the fence. Then the problem starts all over again. So what do? We can't put barbed wire up there. We can't put razor wire up there. What do we do about keeping them from going back in the middle of the night, crawling over the fence and going back there and doing drugs and all the other stuff? Simple thing is 3 more feet of that pipe in about 30 feet has stopped it. They won't crawl up that high and go over it. They're just not going to do it. So the police problem was solved. The code enforcement problem was solved. My expense has been solved. So we're in here today because I have one neighbor, and we sent out 250 letters to everybody, told everybody if they needed. We got one letter from the same lady who doesn't like that. But then again, and I like her. She's not a bad person. She's done a lot to irritate everybody to clean up the neighborhood. But she's not dealing with the problem that I have over there. And this was the simplest, benign solution to a kind of bad problem we were dealing with in that, and had been dealing with it for almost 40 years. So, do I feel that this variance is justified? I absolutely do. Because it eliminated the filth. And if you have any question if that existed, you can ask Ron. He knows about all that went on over there. But it's not going over there now. For 3 feet more of a little bit of pipe in a small area, stopped it.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate your comments. We're going to go ahead and close the public hearing. We'll have a little discussion amongst ourselves, and then Welch.
I appreciate the thorough presentation of the evidence of facts, but in cases of variances, I have to look at the hardships, and I don't believe, although I'm not going to deny that you have had other kinds of hardships in keeping your property safe, I don't believe the criteria before us, the criteria presented as his hardships for this fence meet the requirements. There's nothing unique about the property. There's a lot of property owners along Nebraska Avenue that may be experiencing similar situations. Let's hope it's a temporary situation that has other solutions.
Mr. Torres.
I don't have anything right now.
I just wonder if the homeless that were there have just moved to another spot, 2 blocks away. It solved the issue of that particular piece of property, but it's a bigger issue.
Yeah, and I think that's, part of my concern that, yes, we've stopped the homeless and the vagrants from getting on that piece of property. They probably disperse into the neighborhood a little bit more. This is kind of an interesting old school Ybor City case. I think Joe Howden would be, we're talking about hypodermic needles on sites and, stuff again. So that's kind of, kind of old school here. But I think there is, it's, we had the issue that I have is this was an approved solution that you went through the proper channels to get it done. You modified the actual fence to solve a problem that you have on your site. Is it a unique and problem to your site? Yes. Is it something that addressed the problem and took care of it in a reasonable manner? I believe it is. There's some issues here that we're not following all the variance hardship requirements, but I think our standard here is that there are some that have been met that to create a unique hardship for this property. Maybe, as we see like with, some of the other projects that we've come before us today and recently and after this, there's a lot of new things developing in the neighborhood. So hopefully, as we build more development in the area, some of these homeless wouldn't end up being here, and maybe this is a temporary solution to this problem right now. I don't know if it's something that we could say, okay, we meet the hardship, you meet the hardship here. It is a unique problem at this point in time. It's not consistent with the design guidelines. It's not consistent with your barrio action from 2020, but it's a good temporary solution for this. If this homeless situation works itself out and is not a burden on this particular property, then I think at some point in time that probably needs to be brought back into compliance. But I think maybe as a temporary type of solution, it's okay. I think it's a unique hardship to this property, and it deals with the problem for this property owner in that general area in general.
That's what I was trying to ponder. I mean, it says that, that the hardship needs to be unique to this particular, property, and that it ensures that public health, safety, and general welfare are protected. In that, I think that he has demonstrated more than enough evidence, with the trash and everything else. The variance application doesn't have either approve the variance change or not, but putting a time clock on it, I think that's a good compromise.
The variance, you cannot put a time frame on granting a variance. Once you approve this variance, it is granted, and it stays with the property. It runs with the property. So you cannot put a time restriction on it.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other discussion of? Yeah, I think that I think that in the language here, practical difficulties, demonstrated practical difficulties of unnecessary hardships, and ensures the public health, safety, and welfare are protected. So I think there's that standard's kind of met there, so, I think, any other discussion, or we'll take a motion and.
There was, some of the other property had previously had a variance to do 11-foot fence? Is it,
I don't think
is
it was,
that what we heard?
I don't think it was a variance, but it was grandfathered in. It was back in 1984, I think that was approved, and I guess that stays with that property.
I mean, I kind of agree with the idea that it, you know, it solves a problem. But I generally don't like the idea of, you know, putting the variance on that stays with it in perpetuity. But there's already 11-foot fence that it's adjacent to. So,
Yeah, there's a precedent set for
yeah,
adjacent,
yeah, it has some
adjacent property.
precedence there.
Again, you're dealing with this property and
Yep.
whether or not this application
Yep.
meets the hardship criteria.
Yeah, and it's for a total of 31 feet of 11-high fence. It's not, you know, per the site plan, it's that 12-foot section and that 19-foot section. So that's
Right.
the extent right there of what this motion is.
And it's already been in place for over a year.
Mm-hmm.
Because their original was approved back in 2020. And so it's already been in place. Seems to be working.
So, we're having a discussion, public hearing is already closed. If you have something important to say, I can reopen it, but I think we're probably getting ready to make a motion, so.
Just
Nope,
the willing to,
nope.
just one little note.
You want us to reopen the public hearing, or just take a vote?
Think about it.
Okay. All right, so we'll entertain a motion at this point in time. Anyone?
So I would like to make a motion to allow the variance for this particular fence to remain at 11 feet for this particular section of 31 feet long, right? Yeah.
So you have a specific language on your
what I was
motion,
trying to
hopefully,
figure
to
out.
help
Okay.
guide how you're going to form the basis of your motion along with the staff report.
With conditions, yeah, with the conditions went there. So move to make a variance request for this BLC 22-137, located at 2309 North Nebraska Avenue, as depicted on the site plan presented to the public hearing for a variance with an encroachment of 11 feet.
That's how you'd increase.
Fence height increase from 8 feet to 11 feet. Be granted on the following conditions, that is only for that section of 31 feet that is already in, where is already present.
Can you just finish
Yep.
what's your basis for the
Yeah.
motion?
Based upon the petitioner meeting the burden of proof with regard to the 6 hardship criteria set forth in Chapter 27, Section 27-96D of the City of Tampa Code of Ordinances for granting variances as stated on the evidence provided in this public hearing.
And I just can finish it with it.
Oh. Specifically that the BOC expressly finds that the applicant has demonstrated practical difficulties of unnecessary hardship and that the request ensures that public health, safety, and general welfare are protected.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor of said motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Motion carries with a vote of 4-1. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Can I just second? Which one of you second voted on
Ms.
this
Welch?
one?
No, give it to him. I've done a couple today. Give it to him.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we're gonna take a quick 10-minute break. Whatever the lady wants. 10-minute break and then we'll hear our last case. Thank you. is back in session, and we'll move on to our next case, BLC 22-13 and REZ 21-114.
Along with that request, there's multiple addresses that are associated that are reflected on your staff report. The underlying zoning is YC6 and YC9. The request is for a recommendation from you this afternoon from YC6 and YC9 to PDA and YC9. As with the first case, your charge and responsibilities are under Chapter 2795. Your duties and powers are as follows, so keep this in mind as the presentation moves along. With regards to the application for rezoning, changes to land use classifications, or comprehensive plan amendments, to review and recommend reasonable land use changes to the extent necessary to preserve the historic integrity and appearance. I'm going to go through the photo presentation briefly. There's just a couple slides, and then I'm going to have LaShawn Dock with land development address the board. The PDA is kind of a unique animal, and she's going to put the context in front of you and what is under your review this morning. So moving to the photo presentation. This is the Sanborn map from 1929. This partial red line indicates the southern boundary within the local district of Ybor City. There's 4 blocks that are in or partially in the local district of Ybor City that are under your purview this morning. This here is, I'm going to refer to it as the Masonite building. It is also reflected and will be discussed this afternoon as, excuse me, let me get my reference here, as C1. There is a 1-story landmark building that is here that they're asking for additional height. As you move to the east, there's a parking area here. This is 5th Avenue here. You have Florida Brewery that is here. And then you have Masonite Part 2, Phase 2, if you will, over here. And you'll see some of the massing that's been established within the district. Along with that, this block here is, we're going to refer to it as Eco Supply, which is E2. This is a period building, but non-contributing. And then this block here is referred to as E5. And there is a contributing single-family structure within that block that should be dealt with, maybe discussed this morning as well. So this is the overall district of Ybor City. This is on the southern fringe of the district. The areas highlighted in green are the properties that are in or partially in the district. This is just another illustration of providing you direction. You have the roundabout as reference here, Masonite, local landmark, Eco Supply here, you have a surface parking lot here, and then the block that I referred to that has the single family contributing structure. This is a picture of the Masonite building, the 1-story local landmark. This is the Eagle Supply building, which is non-contributing. A couple pictures of that. Looking at the surface parking lot. Just other buildings. And then just to conclude, this is the single-family contributing structure that is within the envelope of what they intend to build on. With that, I'm going to have their team, LaShawn Dock with Land Development, address the board at this time to give you your parameters. Thank you, LaShawn.
Absolutely. Good morning, board members. LaShawn Dock with Development Coordination. And Ron has asked me to come up for a minute just to explain to you the PDA. You don't receive many PDAs. We don't have too many that come through. But the PDA is a little different than a PD site plan. An overall project boundary is provided as a part of the PDA submittal. Within that boundary, in this case, an entitlements table has been provided. And that entitlements table will advise of the maximum entitlements allowed within that boundary. And this is phase development, so as each phase is submitted for permitting, an incremental review must be conducted. So the developer must submit for incremental site plan review for each phase that is submitted prior to permitting. At the time of incremental review is when we see the building placement, the specific placement, the things that you see on a typical PD site plan. The roadway placement, the curbing, all of that detail is provided at the time of incremental site plan review. And at the time of incremental, a table is provided to update to show the drawdown from the overall entitlements. So that's why what you will see today, the plan that's provided does not give that specific detail on the placement. And I'm available if you have any questions. Thank you, Porter.
Good afternoon. Now, Commissioners, Tyler Hudson, 400 North Ashley Drive. As LaShawn and Ron alluded to, this is a recommendation hearing for in advance of an August 4th Tampa City Council hearing on a planned development alternative rezoning, a PDA rezoning that comprises a portion of the Ybor City Historic District. Just like the first project you had this morning, the entirety of this project is not within the Historic District, only a portion of it is. You might recall we were here on April 26th, and we promised to come back for a more detailed look at the portions of the project that are actually inside the Historic District, and that is why we're here. You'll also recall on April 26th, we provided a little bit of homework in the form of the design book that accompanies the PDA. While the PD site plans that you saw, for example, in the Nebraska townhomes this morning are very engineered, very specific, you know exactly where, for example, the solid waste is gonna go. As LaShawn just alluded to, the PDA is more of a conceptual bubble plan. However, it is paired with the design book. That's something that PDs do not have, and that is something that Graham Tyrell with Kettler, who is Daryl Shaw's development partner, and Alan Ward with Sasaki are going to discuss this afternoon. I would note that we do have a staff preliminary finding of consistency, which we're very proud of, and is something that we have worked very hard over the last 2+ years to get. I would like to note one thing before I turn it over to Graham on waivers. The staff report has sort of a laundry list of waivers, which is typical in planned developments where you're deviating from required code in some way. You're having fewer parking spaces, or you're going to have fewer loading spaces. Perhaps you're going to have the audacity to maneuver in more than one continuous maneuver for your loading. Because this PDA has a design book, we actually only have one waiver, and that's based on the guidance we've received from Development and Growth Management, and that what would traditionally be characterized as a waiver, we are instead able to state affirmatively as we are proposing this parking ratio, we are proposing this number of loading berths, things like that. Those are items that Graham and Alan are going to go through in a little bit more detail, but I did want to make that clear. That's another way this is distinguished from a PD in that there are fewer waivers, really only one. The one waiver that we have is the removal of 2 non-hazardous grand trees. Originally, we were going to remove 4 non-hazardous grand trees, but we've been able to preserve 2. So now we will just be removing 2, and that is the extent of our waivers, which Graham will talk about in a little bit. So with that, I'd like to have Graham Tyrell with Kettler come up and talk a little bit more about the project.
Good afternoon, everyone. Graham Tyrrell with Kettler, 1314 East 7th Avenue. We have a new office here in Ybor, so very excited about that. And as Tyler just mentioned, we are the ownership representative for this project, along with Daryl Shaw as our partner. I do have a presentation, and I think the guys in the booth here hopefully can get that loaded up. Yep. So we were here a couple of months ago, talked about the bigger vision for GasWorks, explained sort of the ideals behind what we're trying to do in terms of recreating more of the urban fabric, the street grid. And then I think, as both LaShawn and Tyler have just explained very well, the PDA is somewhat different in that we are looking at this as a large development area of mixed-use developments. So while it's sort of a little challenging to be sort of specific on individual sites, but what I'm going to try and do today is give you a flavor specifically of those parcels that are in the historic district. So those 4 parcels that are within the historic district line. One of them is even more interesting in the fact that the line cuts right through the middle of the site, and that's actually the big warehouse building. So we'll show you how we're thinking about that one. So you've seen this already today. This is the historic district map, so I won't dwell on this too much. But it does sort of, again, show you generally where the overall gasworks property is and relative to that where the parcels we're looking at today are. We've grabbed a couple of interesting old photographs here of the area. One is on the left side is the one looking northward. You see the Florida Brewery building in there. So that sort of shows you more in the foreground of the picture the area that we're talking about today. And it's sort of interesting that, you know, you can see it was a relatively sort of poorly developed area in many respects. It was largely used for industrial purposes, storage, and so forth. And then the other image there is conversely looking south. If you look carefully, you can see the channel just about in the background there. But obviously the prominent feature there is the gas tower, the storage tower for the gas that was on the gasworks side. That's a little further south of the historic district, but it does again show you in the foreground there kind of the nature of the area as it was. And then a couple more images here that just kind of highlight the sort of the gasworks feature of the site and then looking from the channel. So here we are today. This is a current aerial image, and that shows you, again, perhaps in a bit of detail, sort of the 4 sites that we're looking at. C1, E1, E2, and E5, as we refer to them. And we'll go through each of those one by one. And just for reference here, this is the development map, just showing you everything that's inside the gasworks project. So total of 18 parcels. The PDA is the colored parcels, the 2 that are grayed out, W1 and W2. That was the PD that we previously had brought before this commission and you approved, and is currently going through certificate of appropriateness. And again, as has been mentioned already, we're about to show you our images that will reflect kind of a thought process that has gone into the overall density calculation that we've kind of come up with there on the bottom right of the screen. But that is not to say what we're going to show you is exactly what we're going to come back with, you know, at some point in the future with a site plan, with a certificate of appropriateness approval. And then this is a rendering that we just grabbed from a 3D model that we're building. This now looks south. So the buildings in the foreground do show you the buildings we're about to look at. And it also, again, I think hopefully demonstrates our intent to really step the massing from north to south. So the buildings that are in historic district will be much lower in scale, much smaller, and then they will slowly step up. And then obviously as we get down to the south, towards the Selman, towards the Channel District, they will become more typical of that area. So the C1 parcel first, this is the Masonite showroom. We hadn't been aware that this actually is a landmark building. So I think it was originally the Lahman furniture factory site. So that's sort of was an interesting twist for this particular piece of property. The building fronts on Nucio and 5th Avenue, as you can see. And in our current PDA, we have it as set as a maximum 65 feet, 6 stories, with about 113,000 square feet of residential development on that site. One of the key things about this particular site is it does need to accommodate the extension to the west of 4th Avenue. So when we get to the planning again, you'll see the roundabout has gone away. Channel side will continue due north, 4th Avenue will continue west, and that creates that street grid that we're looking to reimpose on the neighborhood in lieu of the roundabout that's there today. And with the absence of the roundabout, we will end up with space to build the park, which we'll talk about here in a bit. I think one thing that's important to note about this particular site is this is very much of a long-term development site, so we have no immediate plans for this particular parcel. Obviously, there's an active business in there, and so while we have planned it, as I say, for this sort of mass and height, I think long term there will be a lot more conversation about exactly how we work within the constraints of the landmark designation. Moving over to the E1 parcel, so this is a parcel that sits on 4th Avenue and 14th Street. It has the rail tracks running along its north side. This parcel again is 65 feet in height, 6 stories, and again our current thinking is that it's a garage structure that's wrapped with residential, retail on the first floor. We'll show you a few other slides here coming up where we're really thinking about where the retail activity wants to sort of be focused, and it really does want to start on that 4th Avenue, 14th, and Channel side where the warehouse is situated. The parking for this, the parking garage on this side is also a solution for the warehouse building. So what we're talking about is maintaining the existing warehouse building, and so by doing that, obviously, it creates a situation where we have a parcel that would have no parking on it. So the reason we have a sort of a larger garage structure on this parcel is to accommodate the needs of more than one parcel, but again, it will be wrapped by buildings, so it'll be essentially hidden. Moving a little further to the east, E5 parcel, so this is the parcel that is now between 4th, 15th, 14th, so this is sitting essentially to the east of the warehouse. Part of this parcel is the TECO substation. So the TECO substation, again, creates a situation for this particular parcel where this is likely to be a much longer term development for us. The ambition is that at some point we might be able to work out a deal with TECO to either relocate the substation, to maybe create a new substation that's much smaller in footprint, use part of the site. So there's a lot of discussion, going on, and that's all tied together also with another big component of what we're talking about, which is taking a lot of the overhead utilities in and around that area and either putting them underground or relocating them so they are a lot less obtrusive. But right now, at least for planning purposes, again, this is very similar, 65 feet, 6 stories, residential wrapping a garage. So you kind of get the theme here. And then we move to the E2 parcel, which is the warehouse. So this is really the most interesting of the four, I think. So existing structure, you can see the images on the right side. That's the inside of the warehouse. So it's actually a really cool inside. It's got the original wood ceilings, the metal trusses, good clearance. I think it's 20 feet clearance in height. You can also see on the image on the left that the historic district runs right through the middle of that building. So that sort of creates sort of an interesting dynamic as well as it relates to sort of how we treat this building from the historic perspective. For this particular parcel, because it is split, we had proposed it going up to 85 feet to start that stepping up from the lower heights within the 100% within the historic district up to 85 and then up into the higher height buildings that we have as we move further south. And right now, our thought process for this is to take the existing warehouse, use the first floor for a very dynamic public use, open it up, and we'll show you here in a few seconds what those look like, and then add some structure above the building. So when we're talking about adding structure above the building, this is kind of what we're referring to here. These are some good examples of others that have taken that approach. Really keeping that original brick facade at street level so you still get that read of the historic nature of the area, but doing it in a very sensitive way, sort of structure above the building. And again, you see some images there of the inside on the left. The possible uses we have considered for this are things like restaurants, marketplaces, co-working, very public uses. So the idea here is that the building will be opened up, that there will be sort of large parts of the building that are open and really invite the public to come in and use it. This is just a diagram, so again, please don't take this as sort of, specifics, but this is an idea that we're kind of working on right now that shows a couple of different ways of dividing up the space of the warehouse. On the very far, I guess, left side of the image, that would be an open air area, so that would create sort of this open space where we could have like outdoor, indoor dining events happening. We're looking at some restaurant space. We're looking at the pale yellow color. That's more of sort of like a true event space. And also a big thing that we're looking at right now is creating some opportunities for artists to have gallery space, to have a place where we can bring in artists and really sort of activate that space through the local arts community. And then some other ideas are co-working, so that there's that kind of continuous daytime activity. And then in terms of the building above, we're showing currently in this image, that purple area, that would be a lobby for either office space or a hotel, something that then goes up vertically above. How that could look is again, something like this. So this image shows you how we might treat the building above the warehouse. One thing on here that's not quite visible is the uppermost floor of the building is set back. So while we are talking about an 85-foot height on this particular parcel, I think we are very open to looking at having that height be set back, certainly on the top floor, and creating, you know, something that maybe scales back a little bit as we move to the south. This is another image now looking from channel side to the northeast. And the other part of the warehouse that is very sort of interesting to us is that we have an opportunity on the south side to create this pedestrian street to Paseo. And I'm going to let Alan talk a little bit about that. He's with Sasaki, our urban planning group. And so he's been working on that and how that sort of relates to the potential for the park space, for the potential for the streetcar running along here. This image shows you how the warehouse could really be opened up and really become a very porous space that really almost becomes an extension of the park across the street in Channelside. So this is now, the next section is about the streets and public space. So this is where I'll hand it over to Alan, and he can talk a bit about how we're thinking about these very important public spaces, and then also the streetscapes as well.
Okay, thanks, Graham. I'm Alan Ward with Sasaki. We are planners and landscape architects working with Kettler and Darrell on the Gasworks plan. My address, 6307 Thorndon Circle, University Park, Florida. So there are a couple of key connections. It seems to have started over here. Yeah. Okay. So there are a couple key connections that we're adding to this district that link to existing trails. There's an existing trail on Nuccio, as well as the Selman Expressway. So we're proposing a trail on the north side of Adamo, which then links those two existing trail systems, as well as a trail along the south side of the railroad right-of-way, which you see curving northward. That would make a link to the south to Water Street and all the way north into the heart of Ybor City. It's a little bit of a longer range planning idea for an important trail that would link through the heart of Gasworks. Then the open spaces, as Graham mentioned, at the heart of the district is this park where it was formerly the roundabout. It's adjacent to that parcel E2 with the retail, food, beverage, and other community uses. We're also proposing a new light rail station at that key spot, as well as another park just to the south along the railroad right-of-way as well. So that's kind of reinforces that location as the kind of gathering spaces and heart of the district. So this is a view looking south on 14th. So the Paseo that Graham mentioned is just to the right, the beginning of the pedestrian kind of connection from 14th over to Channelside. So that Paseo would have a fire lane in the middle, which really will be designed more like a pedestrian thoroughfare through that district. And then there are 20 feet of tenant space on each side, so the food and beverage can extend into that Paseo. And you can see the kind of character and spirit of that in these other images of pedestrian ways in other projects where lighting, it would become a focus as part of a nighttime destination at this adaptive reuse of the warehouse building. Here's an artist version of the Paseo. The artist has kind of taken some liberties with the landscape. I'm not sure we would have multi-stem trees, but there would be planting along either side. The central zone would be designed as a broad pedestrian way, and then those tenant spaces on either side of the Paseo. And then the park space is at the heart of the district. So this is a view looking east, and that's Channelside, kind of at the back of the park, the extension of 3rd Street with potential retail and food and beverage on the park, on the south side of the park. And that outdoor space at the warehouse is on the east side of the park. So we've put those key kind of active outdoor spaces framing the park to create active edges. And then within the space itself, there's a flexible lawn where you can have programming for neighborhood community events. And then a shade structure and water feature at that key corner at 4th Avenue and Channel Side. This is a view of that same park looking south, so you can see the view down Channel Side, the warehouse on the left with that small outdoor space, and then the edge of the building on the south side of the park with food and beverage extending into the space, then this fountain and water feature and shade structure in the foreground. And that's the trail along the south side of the railroad right-of-way on the right-hand side that would extend into historic Ybor City. And this also shows the kind of scale transition up as you move to the south. So here's a view on 4th Avenue looking eastward. So that's the building added to the warehouse building, the courtyard space on the right. Here the street's rather tight, so there aren't street trees shown, but this is consistent with some of the urban streets, the character of streets in historic Ybor City than the redeveloped block on the left. And here we are looking south on 14th to that warehouse building, the scale of residential buildings that kind of connect to historic Ybor City to the north, and then transitioning up in scale. That's the Tico site on the left, where over time, the idea would be that would transition into part of the redevelopment. And then a view looking west on 4th Avenue with the infill development on that block with Tico on the left here. Street trees are possible, of course, where you have this wider sidewalk zone along both of the street corridors. And then a view looking at the entry to the Paseo from 14th Street, looking down 3rd Avenue, the beginning of that pedestrian zone for one block that then leads on to the park beyond the Paseo. And then a view north on Channel Side. This is the streetcar right-of-way. The station will be right behind us, the reused warehouse building on the right, and then it opens up to this park space at this key location between 3rd, 4th Avenue, Channel Side, and then the railroad right-of-way. So that concludes our presentation. We do have the guideline booklet we can refer to if there are questions related to that, but that's the conclusion of our formal presentation.
Commissioners, before we go any further, Ron Vila, staff with Historic Preservation, can you discuss the one waiver? Can you show some kind of site plan and show where that tree is located for the removal of the grand tree?
Yeah. So let's see, if we can go back to the overall, if they can bring up the PowerPoint again. All right. So as I understand it, there are, actually that's an interesting point because one of the trees is not in the historic district. So one of the trees that we need to remove is essentially where it says W4. Also, you can see that sits right in the middle of that whole block, which is why that's problematic. The other one is going to be, I believe, on the E5 block. So that is in the historic district. There are actually 3 large trees on E5, and so 2 we are looking at being able to keep, but the third one is too central to the block. One other thing I did want to just mention that I forgot to during the presentation, the existing contributing structure on E5, we are committing to move that structure. We do need to move it obviously for development, but with our partner Darryl, he's got a lot of opportunities to relocate the property to somewhere else in Ybor, so that would be our plan for that.
Thank you. So once again, Ron Vila, staff with Historic Preservation. Staff's finding that this is consistent with Chapter 2795. I'm going to bring it to your attention one more time. With regards to this application for rezoning, changes to land use classification of comprehensive plan amendment. 2, review and recommend reasonable land use changes to the extent necessary to preserve the historic integrity and appearance. There was a very comprehensive plan shown. This is the second kind of bite at the apple that you've had to it, and it was very helpful understanding the project in totality. Graham, can you put up page 6 again, please? I don't. Can the booth put it on my monitor, please? Thank you. So there's 4 blocks that are associated with the historic district: C1, E1, E2, and E5. Those are the points of discussion for this morning or this afternoon. On my staff report, there's additional bullet items. I believe he went through the design book thoroughly to give you an understanding of where the project's going to go. And as they stated, and LaShawn could reiterate if I misspeak, but we'll get another bite at this. As the blocks come in, this is a conceptual plan, and then they will be reevaluated and a presentation to this board again as they define the projects more thoroughly. So just to concentrate on the 4 blocks that are within the district, I'd like to start with C1. There is a local landmark there. There's sensitivity that is required if you add on to a landmark building, reading from the Secretary of Interior Standards, page 76. The setting is an area or environment in which the historic property is found. It may be an urban or suburban neighborhood or natural landscape in which the building has been constructed. The elements such as the setting, the relationship of the buildings to each other, the setbacks, fence patterns, views, driveways, walkways, and street trees create that sense of neighborhood in that urban environment. Staying with the Secretary of Interior Standards, dealing with height, designing additional stories when required for new use, the setbacks from the wall plane, and have the addition in inconspicuous as possible when viewed from the street. So through the presentation, this is the masonite that I'm going to refer to, and I showed some pictures, and if we need to refer back to it, I could go back to that. It's a 1-story building. I believe through the presentation, they're addressed in the design book from 65 to 85 feet in height for that building. Also, as you go to the east in E1, currently that's an empty parking lot, so the height there can go up to 85 feet in height, I think is illustrated in the design book. You have to take in consideration across the street, we have a very important building, the Florida Brewery building, that with the additional height of these 2 structures in the immediate vicinity, it could possibly have a negative effect on that very important building too. So that corridor along 5th Avenue shall be respected in height in staff's opinion. Moving to E2 and E5, one's partially in the district and one is outside the district. I do agree with Graham that on E2, that is a period building but non-contributing, that if the massing is displaced to outside the district, that stepping to respect the district coming from 5th Avenue, 4th Avenue, and to the south will not pose a negative effect. So the height is very important to displace that. And then also when we take a look at adding on to Eagle Supply, although it's a non-contributing building, it's still a period building, and setting back from the wall plane, as he indicated, is a design technique that will be talked about. And then lastly, E5, there's additional height there. We talked about the contributing structure there. Graham said that single-family house will be displaced in the district. It should be within the boundaries of the local district. What we talked about this morning, probably some dialogue and some bullet items should be addressed as it gets forward to City Council. So City Council can review them and strengthen our position if they feel that that's the way they want to go, or at least discussed. For Block C1, Blocks E1, E2, and E5, they all have the underlying zoning currently a YC6. YC6 has a height limitation of 60 feet in height. So as we look at volume and height within the district, staff believes that the underlying zoning of YC6 and 60 foot in height shall be respected. That concludes my portion. LaShawn is here to assist us as we move forward, and you can open it up for questions.
Yeah, let's see if we get public. Anyone here from the public wishing to comment on this case, please identify yourself. Okay, we're gonna open up for questions of the applicant and staff. So, Jose, if you...
Yeah, thank you. I just have a quick question for staff. You're referring to C1 as a local landmark, the Masonite building. Is that also a contributing structure? Okay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Dennis Fernandez, Architecture Review and Historic Preservation Manager. That building that was previously referred to as the Larman Warehouse was built outside the period of historic significance. But in working with the owner, they desired to preserve it and designate it. So we went through that process. They received, I believe, federal credits and ad valorem tax exemption on it. And so the approach to doing that more effectively than trying to change the period of significance of the district is to individually recognize that particular building through local landmarking. Okay. So although the guidelines don't necessarily apply to it, the Secretary of the Interior standards do.
Okay. And then also, similarly, the warehouse building, which is E2, I believe, it's of the period, but it's not a contributing structure?
That's correct. It's a non-contributing structure.
And why is it classified as a non-contributing structure if it's within the significance?
I believe it's built outside the period of historic significance as well. Ybor had a very early period. It goes up to 1940. Some of these buildings are mid to late 40s. So although, you know, it's a perspective of what historical is, at the time when that was being designated in 1990, the practice was to go 50 years earlier. So 90 minus 50 gives you at 1940.
So even though the application right now is showing a reuse or a partial reuse, it could considerably change because there really is no protection on that building.
Could be demolished.
Yeah, and reconstructed,
Yeah.
footprint or whatever, but, okay. I just needed this clarification.
Yeah, and I'm gonna follow up on that because, so the Masonite building is a contributing structure, it's 1205 East 5th, correct, on the address? Because we've got like, they refer to it as blocks,
sure
we have
the address.
addresses.
Yeah, it's the C1 block. I'm not sure the address is.
Not a
The
contributing
applicant
structure,
might know that.
Well, Masonite is a contributing structure.
It's a landmark structure.
Landmark.
Not a contributing structure.
And is the address 1205 East 5th Avenue on that building?
We got a yes.
So,
on that.
and that's why I'm trying to,
Yeah.
because on our staff report, we go by addresses, right, not block names.
Right, there's a number of addresses that were entered into the application.
Right, so 1205 East 5th Avenue is circa 1946, it's a contributing structure, and I have that identified as Masonite. And it could be a local contributing structure, but.
Contribution, the landmark though. 1205, yeah, 1205
1205. So
is the landmark building. It's misidentified on the staff report as contributing.
Right, so we're gonna
section.
change that to landmark, not
That's landmark.
contributing. And then 4th Avenue, that's gonna be the empty lot. 1301 4th, 5th, empty parcel, that's probably, okay. Then 1419 East 4th Avenue is a non-contributing structure. And then 1402 North 15th, circa 1915 is a contributing structure, and that's the house on block E5.
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Got it, I think. Okay.
Dennis, I have a question for Dennis. Did I understand you to say that the Masonite project was done as a tax credit project?
My recollection is that they applied for federal tax credits.
Ad valorem.
Well, ad valorem, definitely.
Right.
Local ad valorem, definitely. I believe they applied for federal tax credits as well.
So that would imply that any changes to that building would have to go back to the process individually.
Right, they would have that, they have to adhere to their covenant.
And if it's a tax credit project, then it would have to go to the Park Service.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. And we're going to open up for questions right now, Mr. Hammer, if you want to continue your questions of staff and mostly the applicant, probably, but staff will be helpful on this one.
I really don't have any questions.
Okay.
I don't have any questions specific, yeah.
Okay, well, I'll start and ask some questions. So when we've seen this project once before, and we were submitted a PDA plan or overall master site plan. Is this the extent of what we're gonna see? Is the graphic images on the screen in front of us right now, or is there like a full PDA 24 by 36 sheet that?
Oh, I see what you're saying. We don't have that today, I don't think.
Is it the plan to present that to us before you go to city council, or are you just gonna move that?
This is the presentation. The other piece of the presentation that we have available, if you're interested to see it today, is more relative to design guidelines. So the site plan itself is effectively the same as that rendered site plan that we showed you. The design guidelines book, I think you've seen a copy of that. We do have a sort of condensed version of that in presentation form if you wanted to get into that discussion, but we didn't want to just...
But when you submit to the city of Tampa for council, you're gonna have a full site plan to present
Yes,
to them
yes,
as
that's
part
in
of the
Excel,
development
yeah.
entitlements, but we're not gonna see that?
Can you pull up what you're declaring as the site plan?
Well, they were just saying that. Well, that's a very graphic thing, and I don't want to read that. I'm just,
Yeah.
because, I think in the previous sessions, we've seen the PDA plan, which had, all your waivers listed out, and now, you're getting rid of all the waivers, and you're asking us for a recommendation of this board to the council, and it's something that is going to be presented to them. So I think I'd be interested in seeing that, and I don't think that was in your packet. But we can kind of move on from there. My next question is, and I guess what I'm kind of trying to wrap my head around is where have the changes occurred since our last meeting? You guys gave us a design booklet that was 30-something pages, and then with our preparation for this meeting, we have a new design booklet, which is 78 pages. I see a lot of the same images, some additional renderings that are included. I know it's developed further since the last go-around. I'm just, is there significant changes that you'd like to make us aware of, or are we, some of that I think was in your presentation.
I think it might be worth then just, I know we've been here a long time, but if you've got another 10 minutes, I can just run through the design guidelines presentation, because that was intended to highlight those kind of changes, like parking ratios and things of that nature.
Right. Okay.
So if you would like to see that, we can definitely do that.
Yeah, I'm just gonna have a couple more questions on that, and I certainly want to talk about height restrictions on the 4 historic lots that we have.
Okay.
I think staff has outlined to us some concerns over those height limits, and we've just confirmed that the overall YC6 zoning, YC6 designation that's on those 4 parcels, YC6 comes with a 60-foot height limit, and you guys are now saying that you want 65 to 85 feet of height on those 4 parcels. There's obviously a historic boundary here that we're dancing around, if you will.
Right.
2 of the parcels are completely within the district, 2 are adjoining it. But I think it's probably, and we've said this many times that we've met, that the height within the historic district is pretty much set. I mean, you could go through and override it with the PDA, and I think that's what you're kind of doing, but I'd like to have some assurances here that we're still maintaining that 60-foot underlying YC6 designation, and how you're addressing those areas that dance around the historic district.
And the reason we selected 65 feet, and so 65 feet is the height of everything other than the warehouse site, which can go up to 85 feet. The 65 feet was selected as a from a practical perspective, because what it does, it allows us to build a decent first floor retail space and then standard residential floors above it. So with 60 feet, you essentially lose a whole floor. Does that make sense? Like, so your 10-foot residential floor.
15, 10 to 10.
Exactly.
So it's a ground floor at 15, and then, so it gives you 65, so then you want 5 stories on top of that? Even within the district, or
Actually,
how
no,
does that step?
I think there was, what we were showing you there was four stories over. So that would be 4 stories over, probably a taller retail base up to 20 feet.
So you're probably 1248, okay.
So the structure within the district will be a 65, but then the one outside, that's the one that is gonna go up, or you're trying to?
Yeah, so we've said 65 feet for everything that's 100% in the district.
Okay.
The parcel that's split, we're asking to go up to 85 feet. And the way we achieve the 85, we're open to discussion of how, setbacks and, consideration. Maybe it's shifted more to the south, so it feels like it's more outside the district. I don't know if that makes sense. But, I think if we have that flexibility now, we can come back at the time we design the building and show you how we're kind of addressing the transition.
Yeah, I think that's kind of critical. I think we've stated that before to you, and I think you've heard that from staff, that I think the 5 feet, I think we can kind of work with, but that 85 feet can't be in the district. And so, yeah, I'd like to see that on block E2 being on the south side there, if you do want to go up to 85 feet. But, and I guess what would happen on E5, you're just staying with 65 feet altogether. So, and then C1 and E1, I guess we need to kind of figure out if we want to stay with the underlying YC designation at 60 feet, or if we allow them to go up to 65 feet.
I think it'll be helpful to spend the 10 minutes going over.
I think, well, there's 2 things we're trying to do right
now.
Yeah, but they need to tee it up for me. I don't have it on here.
They can hear you probably in there. You have the design of the power.
And you did clarify that the house is going to be relocated, not on your property or whatever.
No, probably not within the gas
works,
works, but certainly within the Ybor Historic District.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and the park's partially in the district, but not, so that doesn't really affect you. You're gonna have some low shade structures and stuff, but not actual buildings there.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, obviously the park, it's sort of interesting there because the park will still be a city park. So, obviously we will have to design that in conjunction with the city, in terms of what the program is and so forth. Okay. We have some ideas of our own right now. We'd like to, so, what you see there is kind of what we'd like it to be, but, I'm sure the city will have a lot of input.
Okay.
Fifth
Avenue.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
Yeah, and I think probably the masonite, on that Fifth Avenue corridor, that's, that's probably one of the most significant pieces of architecture that we have in the district. Height limits are based off of that building, and so, I think all respect to that building, it probably should be warranted there for the height limits, and I'd even see if you can go further down than that.
Okay, we weren't aware of the landmark designation on that until recently. I think that was done under a different ownership before we got involved. So, but yeah, I mean, obviously, we have to work within those parameters.
Okay.
Yeah. Come up. There it is. Okay, here we go.
Okay. Yeah, because you guys had mentioned even like the PDA, a table of entitlements, and we haven't seen that. So I think that's one thing that I think it would be important to see that site plan.
Yep, that's teeing up right now. So okay, so this is really what it was. All right. Okay, there we go. These are, what we did here is we just took select sheets from the design guidelines. I would say most of these are almost identical to what you've seen previously. There'll be a couple I'll pause on longer, but this is obviously just to sort of set out, and the design guidelines book is really there to help people 5, 10, 15 years from now when they're coming to Gasworks to build a building, and I'm not around to tell them how to do it. So this is the idea of this description of what the design intent is.
You have an office here now. You're not,
well, that's true.
supposed to go anywhere.
Okay, next slide. Okay, is it working? Okay. And then, obviously, an important part of the design intent isn't just the building mass, it's to do with the retail and the ground plane. Obviously, a big part of what we're trying to do with Gasworks is create a very active, very dynamic ground plane throughout the district, focused in and around the warehouse building, but certainly throughout most places. And so what we've done, and I think this was in the previous version, is we've kind of created this hierarchy of streets. So we'll just stop on this slide for a second. This kind of shows you effectively where the prioritized streets are going to be. So the A street is the highest priority. That's the street that will be only building frontage, storefronts, and so forth, really kind of engaging the street. And the idea here is, again, as you can see, the E2 block in particular, everything around that is high priority. That's going to give us a little bit of a challenge, frankly, in terms of how we do things like loading. But right now, we're kind of thinking that the 14th Street is probably of all the streets around that's probably the secondary street, and that's probably where we'd have to load that building. The other blocks around E1 and C1, you can see 4th Avenue there. That's also high priority. So the idea is that we'll have probably retail activation all around the E2 block and facing the park. And then as we go further south, outside the district, there's more of the B streets, which are really more your typical street front conditions. And finally, the C streets are really more almost designed to be loading alleyways and access streets for sort of back of house. That flows into what we set up as some building standards. So again, we've talked about height already, and I actually added in here another sort of option on E2, which would maybe we could reset the height of E2 at a lower height, say 75 feet, but the upper floor would be set back up to the 85-foot height. So that's something else we were kind of thinking about. Build to zone, we want these buildings to really address the street front, so everything's going to be basically right up to the street or right up to the sidewalk, maybe within a 6 feet bandwidth. We don't want to have everything 100% flat. We want to have some undulation happening in the street. And then setbacks, obviously 0 setbacks. We're really looking for this to be an urban form of construction here throughout the district. And then you can see just below that, this sort of relates back to that street hierarchy. So we have a primary street. So if you're on a street, that is your primary street. And then you're going to be looking at a 50% minimum frontage of building. So the building will be pressed up against the street. Similarly with transparency, this is all sort of like, trying to create that activated storefront. In terms of signage, we did make a couple of minor tweaks to the signage based on the last meeting we had. I know there was a comment about no digital signage in the historic district, so we did add that note at the very bottom there. But that was always our intent. The idea of the signage is that it very much mirrors the sort of classic sort of signage you see throughout Ybor. And again, as these buildings are designed, we will come back and we will be getting certificates of appropriateness for every building and every sign. We do have some unique signage that we're asking for in the guidelines. This is really where we have, effectively the placemaking for the district. So on the warehouse, we think it's going to be very appropriate to have some sort of larger signage that just lets people know this is the place where it's the sort of the public center of activity for the district. I added the image at the bottom just because that's the original. But it's still the same. It's the warehouse building, but it still has on that image. This was back from I think 10 or 15 years ago, and you could see it had the painted Eagle Roofing Supply signage on the building. So again, this is really just by way of sort of demonstrating the kind of thoughts about types of sign that we might include on that building. We are going to ask for some gateway signage, again, as you enter from the different neighborhoods, just letting people know that, this is the Gasworks District, if ultimately that is the name that we just, continue to use throughout. These would be outside, more or less outside the district, because this is really coming from the south up Channel side. Although we probably want to put something maybe on 4th Avenue near the park as well, just to kind of let people know that that's, again, you're entering the neighborhood. And then freestanding signs for placemaking, again, this is really more about the park area, and there's some limitations on these signs, but this is all the same as we were in the previous version in terms of the parameters that we placed on these signs. And then finally, we have wayfinding signs. We do think it's important because we do think this is going to be, the idea, the big concept here is that Gasworks will really fill the gap and let people be able to walk all the way from downtown through Channel District up to Ybor. That's a pretty good distance. There's going to be a lot of tourists. So, giving people a way of knowing, oh, this is the way I need to be going up to 7th Avenue. This is where I need to be going to get to the warehouse building. All right, parking ratios we can talk about for a little bit. So the parking ratios, we got a comment from the city staff. Before we had 2 tables. We had a table that we had actually borrowed from Channel District for the non-historic district, and we had the Ybor parking ratio table. The comment from the city was that it might be better just to have a single combined parking ratio table, just to avoid confusion, to avoid any conflicts. And as it turns out, a lot of the parking ratios are very similar. So essentially what we did though is we took the Ybor, we went with the Ybor parking ratio table, and what you see there is that table with a few notable exceptions. And these are really because as we're thinking, towards the future here, we're thinking there's just going to be less demand for parking for certain use types. Hotel and motel, we have 0.5 per room. Probably the biggest single one is retail. So retail, we're saying 2 per 1,000 as opposed to, I think it's 3 per 1,000 is the normal standard in Ybor. And that's sort of mirrored then in these other personal services, pharmacy. And then the other one is recreational facility at 1 per 1,000. And part of the reason thinking there is that we're actually getting feedback from gyms and other sort of users like that, the parking need for those services is not nearly as high as the city requirement is. So we did have these similar sort of allowances in before for using compact motorbike and bicycle in lieu of standard parking spaces. We did change, there was a comment at the last meeting about I think we had 20% motorbike spaces. So we dialed that back to 10% maximum. We still do have the 20% on bicycle, but that's going to be very difficult to achieve with 5 bikes per car space. So that's going to take a lot of bikes to get there. But, again, we're really thinking about this as trying to future-proof this project. Obviously, we're hoping that there's going to be a lot more people using bikes in the future as opposed to everyone having 2 cars. On the parking, garaging, and loading, we did sort of update this a little bit, I think, since the last version. But essentially, the idea here is that parking, again, wants to be flexible. We know we're going to have buildings where, as I showed you earlier, the parking needs to be in a different building from the warehouse because we don't really want to tear down half that building just to put up a garage, right? So trying to have some flexibility in sharing of parking, and then also, knowing that people will be more and more comfortable, I think, with having their car in a garage that's maybe a couple of blocks away. What we found in some of our other projects, particularly up like in the DC area, a lot of renters today have a car and they need a parking space, but they don't use it. It's almost like car storage, right? They park their car in the garage, they leave it there for 2 weeks, and then they pick it up every once in a while to go for a trip. So people not having immediate access to their vehicle is not a big deal. And then we've borrowed the CBD CBD district standards for the street level of garages. So we're really thinking about where we have garages, we don't want them to look like garages. And you'll see in the overall plan, most of the garages are actually wrapped by building, where they do sort of express themselves on the outside of a building. At the street level, we want them to look, kind of in the image here, which is obviously the garage here in Ybor. And then on the upper levels, if we do have an exposed garage, we would do some kind of screening or decoration to kind of make it go away. Loading, so this is kind of where some of our waivers show up, or what, would normally be waivers. So instead of the waivers, they're in the design guideline book now, but these are essentially the very kind of common waivers related to loading, where, we can use any street for access for non-residential. We don't want to have excessive loading docks in the building, so anything over 100,000 square feet would only need to have one loading dock of 12 by 30. And so, again, these are essentially our loading waivers. This is the same as was in previous versions, but this again is just essentially laying out the streetscape organization. We have an interesting situation. I'm just going to go through them very quickly because we have a lot of streets, but we have a lot of different streets, right? So some streets are existing streets that we're trying to modify. Some streets are going to be new streets, particularly more in the further south portion of Gasworks. But we're just trying to, again, use some of the city standards to kind of create at least a rhythm to the streets, make sure there's adequate width to the sidewalks and the pedestrian zone. And then also, we've been working fairly extensively with natural resources and urban design on the appropriate tree planting areas for the street trees. One thing I will note is that on the diagram on the bottom there, that again is just straight out of the city code book, we're getting sort of conflicting sort of responses from different departments on the placement of street trees. Street trees, don't want to be in places where people are going to have difficulty getting out of their cars, where they can't sort of access the sidewalk. So we have added a note now to the design guidelines that those street tree placements would be sort of accommodating on-street parking spaces. But still, obviously, the goal here is to create a nice tree-lined street in as many cases as possible. Then real quickly on the streets themselves, we've talked quite a lot about this already, but this effectively is just a repeat of the fact that we're taking the roundabout out of commission, we're replacing it with 2 grid streets instead, or essentially extending channel side. One of the things I'll show you here in a second we're doing with channel side is we are also really sort of making it a much more user-friendly street from a pedestrian point of view. And then obviously 4th Avenue would be running due west. That also includes the moving of the rail crossing. So that's a fairly big infrastructure project, but it's one that we're making good progress with CSX on to shift that so that we can achieve that direct alignment. So this is the section of channel side. I think one of the comments we've been getting back from, I think you, but also from city as well, has been trying to make as many of the trees as possible, type 1 street trees instead of palms. So we've been doing that. We are keeping palms in certain places like, here where the streetcar is, because we don't want those trees conflicting with overhead wires and so forth. But you can see how here we've kind of really narrowed down the size of the street, the travelway for the vehicles. Everything now in Gasworks is more or less down to 10 feet travel lanes. So it's a much narrower than typical vehicle lane, as many as possible street parking lanes. And then in this case, we have 100 feet of right-of-way to play with in channel side. So we actually have the opportunity to create a really generous outdoor pedestrian and seating area on the west side of channel side. This is actually the only other new street that will be occurring in the historic district. This is again the extension of 4th Avenue. Because 4th is crossing the rail tracks, it wouldn't be able to have the street parking, but we would still have a nice generous planting zone and sidewalk. And this diagram is trying to sort of convey the intent as it relates to the existing streets. These are obviously kind of tricky because you have a lot of things to deal with in terms of existing stormwater collection systems, existing utilities, both overhead and underground. But effectively what we're trying to do is replace what you see on the bottom image there, condition today in 15th, with something that's, again, a bit more user-friendly for the pedestrian in particular. Doesn't really change too much curb to curb, but outside the curb we're adding the sidewalk areas. So that is those are really the sheets I wanted to pull out of design guidelines just to kind of reference, because I think those are really the most pertinent to the historic district and hopefully give you guys a good feel for.
Pull up the site plan.
Site plan?
Yeah. CCTV can pull up the one PDF site plan.
That was super helpful. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
I could have given you all 78 pages, but.
Yeah, can we get a copy of that?
Yeah.
Are we getting a copy?
It is uploaded. Everything's uploaded.
Pull up the plan sheet right now, but that's not designed. They gave us this at the last month.
All right.
Yeah. Can you make one more copy for me?
The point is that it's changed and evolved, so
Right,
even
right,
like the one that we have
It's
from 2
already
months is outdated,
Yeah.
so. And I think that was provided digitally as part of your presentation.
Yeah, for everyone's benefit, because we've been here for a few different aspects of this project. We're gonna be coming back for a while. We'll get you guys hard copies of sort of the latest and greatest that you guys can keep, because that's things y'all will need to reference when we come in for the certificate of appropriateness, hopefully, for example. So we'll get y'all fresh hard copies.
Okay, and then this is the site plan. So this is only 4 sheets to this. There's obviously a lot of notes on here which we can't read because they're kind of teeny tiny, but they essentially are reference. A lot of these reference back to the design guidelines. I think this was the plan that you were asking about. This is actually effectively the site plan, which really does the same thing. It like lays out the development blocks. It shows the couple of areas that we're vacating right away, which are not in the historic district. It's probably worth mentioning that on E5 and E6, there are 2 parcels that are currently not considered part of the PDA, but will be brought in, or can be brought in the future. One is the substation site on E5. The block to the south on E6 happens to be something that is not currently within our ownership. So it is something we're working on. It will be in our ownership, but it's just not, technically not today. And then obviously W1, W2 are grayed out because they are a different application under the PD. A lot of information on this table. So the table on the left is all the tree calculations. So this shows you basically all the trees that are being either removed or retained. The chart, 2 charts on the right side. One is the overall development intensity. So that's the calculation of everything in terms, that's how we get up to that 5 million square feet number. And I think I showed you in the first presentation the size of the buildings that are in the historic district. So as you can see, as a percentage of that 5 million square feet, it's relatively very small percentage. But that top table is really somewhat of a technical table for the Planning Commission, mostly just to understand the land. The land use is how we're using those to do our FAR calculations to get to the intensity that we have. And then the bottom table is sort of a block by block table, which then identifies which part of the design guidelines.
Can you zoom in on that a little bit?
I don't. Can I do that?
Development standards.
I'm not sure if I can do that. Someone.
That should get into the heights and setbacks.
Yeah, it's all referencing over to the design guidelines too, but I don't know if those guys can zoom that in. And then, yeah, if we can zoom in and go maybe to the right. And down a little bit and zoom in again. Yeah, if you can scroll down. That's good, I think. Can you guys read that? But essentially, this is almost like a cheat sheet to let somebody know where the parcel falls within the different codes that we're establishing in terms of, like, for signage. If I'm in this block, is this a historic district signage, or is this just a non-historic district? Which are the primary streets, secondary streets, tertiary streets for each block? And then the height is labeled on there. So it's 65 feet for the 3, and then 85 feet for the E2 block.
So the PDA is basically saying that anything outside of our 4 blocks that we're primarily talking about, that your height limits are determined by FAA. Height limits, so separate application, 400 feet
Yeah, I think we
or
have a
whatever
couple
it
of
is.
blocks that are maybe 110 feet specified, and those are kind of the ones that abut the historic district.
Okay.
But everything that's sort of on the south edge is FAA.
Okay.
And then I think the last sheet was just, I think that's just a stormwater vault concept sheet. I mean, again, at this stage, our whole stormwater collection is still very conceptual. Okay.
Any other questions?
Well, yeah, for today, the only thing that we're reviewing, I want to bring it back to the original, it's that we're trying to determine if we're going to change the zoning from YC, or no.
We don't do that. We make a recommendation.
A recommendation, yeah.
on
So
the
we're trying to accomplish this recommendation as it stands today, as it's presented to us. Does it pass our recommendation to say to City Council, yeah, you should change the zoning, or no?
Because certain parcels are within the historic district, so our main purview is block C1, E1,
Yeah,
E2,
yeah,
E5.
yeah, okay.
That's where we have the most,
Relevance.
the most
Yeah.
relevance, and really the only
Yeah.
thing that we comment on. But the PDA goes in front of City Council, August 4th, I believe is the
Correct,
date.
yes.
Yeah.
So this board makes a recommendation to City
Okay.
Council based on the evidence and testimony given here today.
Yeah,
Or
you wanna
what, your
close it?
questions, yeah?
Yeah, I don't have any questions. I want to do the discussion.
And then, okay, I mean, if there are no other questions, we'll go ahead and, you have a few minutes to summarize anything or rebut anything, or we can just go ahead and close the public hearing.
No, I think, as you know, I mean, this is a very large project. We will be back here many times with every block and every building, so.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and close the public hearing. We can make discussion of the case amongst ourselves, and then any motion.
I haven't seen anything significantly change from things that we've seen before. So unless I'm missing something, but they pretty much have presented consistently what they're planning to do. I mean, there've been a few minor changes, but nothing, and when I read through the waivers, I didn't see anything that jumped out at me.
Yeah, and all the waivers are going away except for one.
Exactly.
Which is waiver number 6, and I guess they'll renumber that in their PDA plan.
Right. But it's not
Yeah,
changed significantly
this
for
is a huge project. I mean, I think they're approaching it the right way. PDA gives you a designing guideline for the whole district. My concern, I think staff's concerns, I mean, if you start looking at the bullet points here from staff, is the height limits of those 4 blocks. So C1, right now the underlying YC destination has 60 feet, they're proposing 65 feet.
Right.
E1, the underlying is 60, they're proposing 65. Same with E5, and E2, they're proposing 85, which underlying is 60. So there's certain things that we can now's the time to get these controls in place here to say, is this something that, can we live with 65 feet for those blocks? Yeah. Can we live with 85 for that block? Probably not. I think we'll probably need to set that back so that it's not on the historic street grid of 4th Avenue. It's more towards the south side.
That's what I was gonna say, like, even as it stands on the border itself, like the invisible border that doesn't respect streets, but, so, my first question will be, how do we determine, that extra 5? Are we gonna ask for a hardship on this particular project, for like
No.
a 60 to 65, or we
No.
just?
No.
That's what they're asking for, and you have to
Right.
determine whether or not, based on the code section that's provided in the staff report,
Right.
2795A2H, whether or not it's consistent you know, the staff report gives you guidance to determine whether or
Okay.
not you should make a recommendation regarding the rezoning to what they're asking
Okay.
for.
Okay.
Hopefully we can make changes to that recommendation. You know, and I think for me, I mean, it's all about the height limits for those 4 blocks. I think everything else that I've seen in the design guidelines is certainly appropriate, you know, in a general massing sense. You know, the blocks on the north side are lower than they step up as you get closer to the south side to Adamo, and that's where they get that additional density, height, everything. But, you know, the historic district, anything that touches our historic district, we have to be, you know, pretty much, you know, and we're not really talking about E6 and E7.
Right,
That touches the historic district too. So multiple conversations that we've had with them is that there's a gradual step back of the height of those buildings along that boundary. But this one actually runs within here, C1, E1, E2, and E5. So I think if this board has a recommendation to say, no, we don't want to let them have the 65 feet, you need to stay with the underlying YC designation at 60 feet. You know, I think on C1, that's probably pretty important because it is adjacent to the Florida Brewery building, which is one of the most important.
Yeah, I was gonna say, they got 2 for 1, like, they got Masonite and they got the Florida Brewery one.
Are you proposing that it would be advantageous to leave C1 at 65 to give them some flexibility, or are you feeling strongly that C1?
Well, the other one is the warehouse, and what's the height on that one?
85. They can go up to 85, and you know, if we need to set some controls to say it needs to be step back, I think, I don't know, 65. I mean, if it gives them the additional density to do something here to get that additional floor, I'm okay with it. It's only 5 foot above. It's part of the PDA, but the 85 I think is a big one for me. And C1, since it's adjacent to the Florida Brewery, I'd almost say that one maybe needs to stay at the 65, which is the underlying YC6 designation.
60
Oh, I thought
or
it was 60.
I thought it was 60.
60 is the YC6 designation, but if they do a PDA, it overrides that.
And it will be at 65.
And it will be at 65. And
Yeah,
you're
just-
saying you think it should stay at 60 on C1?
Yeah, just because of the adjacency to the Florida Brewery building, which is probably our marquee historic structure in the district.
Do we know what the height of the Florida Brewing Company is?
75, I think. Oh, it's up above.
At that tower?
Yeah.
But
yeah, but like the adjacent, like the new Masonite building was 60 feet too, so that's, you can see how that kind of encroaches on the.
Could I refer to your second?
Yeah.
No, because it seems to me, if we're arguing that C1 should stay at 60 with the
But
underlying, that E1 should also, because it has the potential to be just as destructive to the view corridor of the. Now, I'm okay with also considering 65 as a minimum, because through the certificate of appropriateness process, we have the ability to make suggestions at that point as to like.
Yeah, but if they're,
setbacks.
You want the 65 to be the minimum, they're that's
He meant max.
that's the maximum that they're asking is 65.
Maximum, I'm sorry, yeah, maximum, sorry.
Which one is Channelside Drive, is that 15 or 2?
Channelside is
This is this one here.
That's, yeah, I mean, it's in their thing, it's like, you know, I think 65, there's the extra 5 feet, I mean, there's like a harm.
Well, because through certificate of appropriateness, we can massage where that 65 feet is. It maybe wouldn't be at the street line, but it could be towards the center of the property.
Right.
But I mean, I'm just throwing this out. I think if we're going to feel strongly about maintaining the underlying 60 feet on C1, this would be just as important on E1.
Because that's the one that's gonna have the most retail.
And if we feel like 60 is the right number, then I'm okay with that, but I'm just trying to find a logic.
In their plan, I noticed that was Channelside Drive is the one that has the most retail frontage. So if there is one that, what was the massive 15, 10, that's close to, yeah. I think the extra 5 feet gives them an opportunity to sort of like, because the other thing too is like how do we connect, or how are they gonna have a easy or hard time trying to connect Channelside Drive with 7th, which I think it's the game changer, right? Like this is supposed to be that gate connector from from everything that's happening down there. So, and what we want is to connect it correctly. I think, I don't particularly see a problem with the 65.
And then on E2, since half the property is within the historic district, are we gonna suggest that it's either 60 or 65 on the historic side, and it can go up to the 85?
Yeah,
Or
on the south
we
side.
don't wanna restrict it that way?
I think that's fair. I think, if they're gonna build their volume up here on the south side of E2, then that's 85 feet. I have no problem with that. I think, honestly, I think I'd like to see C1 say a 60, C1 and E1 at 60 feet, and then 65 for E2 and E5, with the south side of E2 as 85, to allow them to build up that volume that they're coming out of that Eagle Supply building. I think that the height limits in the district were set for a certain reason along that boundary, and it's
E5's at the district too, isn't it?
Mhm.
So you didn't mention E5.
65.
And you're saying 85 on E2, you're saying 85 feet on the other side, you know how they
On the half.
divided the,
Yeah.
on the south side of E2?
Yeah, that's consistent with kind of what staff is saying in here, that the 65 to 85 feet is, E2 and E5. Both blocks are partially within the local boundaries, PDA, underlying zoning of YC6, 60 feet in height. And C1 is, they're saying it's incompatible, so I think we leave that,
60.
At 60 or 60, are you proposing 60 or 65?
Rich is saying
60.
C1.
C1 is 60.
And what are you doing for E1? Same, 60?
Yeah, I think we keep it at 60.
I would imagine, yeah, just for the
Just to
logic,
maintain the
60.
Fifth Avenue corridor, then, E2, 65 and 85, 85 only on the southern side,
65 and 85.
65.
65 and 85 on the south, and then E5 is 65.
And no, that's the maximum on E5.
Yeah, well, these are all maximums.
Yeah.
I think that's appropriate for the district here. I think it gives them room to do what they need to do in there. They have the additional density south. That's consistent with what we're seeing in the staff report.
I think there's a logic to that, and in the motion, can we refer to these blocks by the designation C1?
I would encourage you, since you're modifying or being specific with your recommendation to outline the parcels as C1, E1, E2, and E5, and what your recommendation is to City Council. So the staff will have that detail to provide.
Okay. So I have a question before we do any of that business. Okay, so on the PDA, just to make sure I understand this. So in the PDA, we have the rules, but they're saying, we have the standard rules, but then they're saying they want to do a PDA which will allow these rules within the PDA, whatever these rules happen to be, right? And are these rules, we're changing it from 60 to 65? And then we're changing, is that what, so we're changing that within the PDA?
Show some.
Am I,
We're making a recommendation, then ultimately, our recommendation gets carried along with the PDA application to City Council.
but once the PDA is approved, does that then stand true for all through the PDA?
City Council has, you're making a recommendation to City Council, and they'll have the final say as to what this project will be, as far as the rezoning.
So they can still ask for a 65 and they can give it to them.
That's correct.
Okay.
But as an oversight board that oversees the historic preservation of Ybor City, that, we feel that that's strong enough because of the historic character of the neighborhood to make that change to their proposed PDA.
Right, no, I'm with you. And then I would agree with you that when it comes back around again, we can help make some adjustments to accommodate that 5 feet.
Yeah.
To your point.
Where if we don't,
When they come back again.
but if we don't get that in there now, then they're gonna have the 65 feet to play with
Right,
later, so.
and we're concerned about that from the, okay, I'm with you. Thank you.
Any other issues that we need to discuss?
How is our motion read?
Well, that's gonna be it. I can attempt a motion,
Okay, I'll
I'm not
second.
sure if it's gonna be the most elegantly worded one, but I will try.
Track along with it.
Okay, so this is a recommendation to City Council to approve BLC case number 22-13 / REZ 22-114. 21-114, REZ 21-114, for the properties located at 1314 Nuncio Parkway, which is comprised of 1301 East 4th Avenue, 1315 East 5th Avenue, 1306 East 4th Avenue, 1419 East 4th Avenue, and 1402 15th Street. And the request is to rezone from YC and YC9 to PDA and VC9, YC9.
YC6 and YC9.
PDA and YC9.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll just restate that for clarity. Rezone from YC6 and YC9 to PDA and YC9.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if you want to do it as if you want to do it as conditions for the particular parcels
Right.
that you, okay.
And do I need to refer to the waivers in this motion, that we've read and accepted the waivers?
Pardon? I didn't understand what your question was.
Do I need to speak about the waivers that we're accepting?
It's only one waiver. It's only one waiver
Which is?
Number 6.
Number 6.
And the number
regarding the
changes
grain
to
trees.
Trees.
3 or 2 trees?
I heard on the record that it was two non-hazardous grain trees.
So it's 2?
Not 7.
Okay. Because the application, as reviewed, is recommended reasonable land use change to the extent necessary to preserve the historical integrity and the appearance of the locally designated landmark site within the Ybor City Historic District. We're going to note a change to waiver number 6, section 27-284 2.5, to allow the removal of 2 non-hazardous grand trees. And then with the following conditions. Give me a second here. Which is the address for this thing? That the applicant ensure that the contributing structure located at 1402 North 15th Street is relocated within the boundaries of the Ybor City Historic District. And that the following become height restrictions. Yes, for the following parcels. C1, 60 feet high, E1, 60 feet high, which reflects the basic underlying existing height restrictions within the historic district. And we do that to protect the other local landmarks that are adjacent. Block E2 is allowed 65 feet with a maximum of 85 feet placed along the south side of the property outside the boundaries of the historic district. And block E5 is allowed a maximum height of 65 feet. Again, to ensure that the scale and massing is compatible with that of the historic district. Is there anything else that we need to add as a condition or recommendation to City Council? I didn't get a chance to ask, but I'm assuming that any historic resources located on the site, such as brick, streeting, is either retained or retained and used.
Well, that, we could address that at the certificate of appropriateness.
When that comes in play?
When that comes into play.
Does that
This is
apply
only
even though
about
to the
rezoning.
streets there?
Pardon?
To the streets?
For the rezoning, it's just, we're dealing with just
The envelope,
Yes.
Okay. All right.
So I'll second your motion if you're done with it.
I am.
You captured everything I had.
Thank you for the help in
All right, I've got
crafting
the
a motion.
Yeah.
Okay. And there's been some changes to the recommendation for the applicant. I'd like to have them acknowledge that they're okay with these recommendations made to the PDA.
Well, conditions.
Conditions. Sorry.
Yes, we're okay with all those.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thanks, Tom. Okay. We have a motion in front of us. All in favor of said motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations on your entitlements to your project. I think it's good. Thanks.
Great.
Don't think you're out of here so fast. We have to do board elections.
You guys want to do that today, or do you guys want to continue that to next?
I'm okay continuing it as long as you're okay.
Okay. We
As long
don't,
as you're okay continuing to be
yeah, I
chair.
think we probably should
Continue it?
continue until next month.
I'm fine with that.
I'll give everyone a little bit more experience under their belt, so.
Do we need a motion
Whatever.
for that, or?
Yeah, let's
Yes.
go ahead.
They want to continue.
I can't hear.
Move to continue to the next scheduled public hearing.
No. You want to specifically address moving the elections to the
Yes.
next public
Yeah.
hearing?
That's what he's doing.
Okay.
Oh, that's what I was-
I just heard move to continue to the next public hearing. I didn't hear what you're moving.
Just in general.
Just to make a motion to continue the nomination of new officers, is that what we call them?
Election of officers.
Election of officers to the next public and scheduled meeting.
Second.
All in favor of said motion, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. And seeing no more business on the agenda, we are adjourned. Thank you.
Yay.